Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Members, could I bring to your attention that the Cam Collier of the Dáil, Sean O'Farrell, has joined us in the gallery today. I'd like to make you very welcome, Cam Collier. During a previous visit I had to Dublin earlier this year, I was very well received and kindly received, and I hope to return that kind gesture by extending our warm wishes to him today on the visit and his colleagues on their visit to Parliament buildings. We now move to the first item on the order paper, which is member statements. Usual rules apply. I call Nicola Brogan.
I'd also like to welcome Cancorla of Dáil here this afternoon too. Cancorla, I want to, as Sinn Féin spokesperson on the environment, take this opportunity to acknowledge and welcome the recent comments made by Nicholas Ashley Cooper regarding the ownership of Lough Neagh. Mr Ashley Cooper stated that he would like to transfer his estate's ownership of Lough Neagh into a charity or community trust model with rights of nature included. This is a hugely positive development. Lough Neagh is of enormous historical, environmental and economic importance to the people of Ireland. Indeed, 40% of the drinking water in the north comes from Lough Neagh, and so it is only right that its ownership should lie with the people. Setting aside those broader issues, many of the solutions being put forward by companies for dealing with the blue-green algae in Lough Neagh involve the use of the shore and the lake bed, so removing those from private ownership should help simplify and speed up the process. And whilst his comments are welcome, Mr Ashley Cooper also stated that there is currently no entity that is offering to take on the loch. So I hope that the dear Minister will begin discussions with local community groups, councils and other departments to help set up such a body as soon as possible. Garmiagat.
All fruit.
And I rise to raise awareness of an issue that has shamed this Assembly now since September of last year. That whereby vaccine injured and bereaved have been trying to hold an awareness event in the Long Gallery, and they had proposed a date in September. And whilst the DUP were only too willing to sponsor that event, the SDLP MLAs were not allowed to sponsor that event by instruction by their leader. And the Sinn Féin MLAs were also not allowed to sign and sponsor that event, even though SDLP members opposite and Sinn Féin members opposite have helped and assisted their constituents who have happened to be vaccine injured. I think it's an absolute disgrace, Mr Speaker, that parties in this House are not, and MLAs in this House, are not allowed to sponsor events for people who have been injured by medicine. People like the blood transfusion people scandal, people like the hypnatremia cases. These people are the same. Vaccine injured and bereaved are the same. And I would plead with the parties opposite, and also the Alliance, who also some of their MLAs have refused to sign and sponsor the event also, to search your heart and your conscience and allow these people who have been injured by medicine to hold an awareness event in this building which should be open to all, and allow them, those vaccine injured and bereaved, to tell their story, to tell how medicine has hurt them, to tell their experiences of the symptoms that they go through daily, how they can't get proper, clear pathways of care, and how they have been gaslit, even been called anti-vax, even though they obtained the vaccine. Things need to change, Mr Speaker, and they need to change for the better. So I would ask that those MLAs who have a conscience will meet with some of the vaccine-injured people when they appear on the steps of Stormont next Tuesday, the 2nd of July, when they will be protesting at the steps of Stormont. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, over the last year I've become particularly and increasingly worried about some homeowners in my constituency, those who bought their flats through the Housing Executive's Right to Buy scheme. These particular homeowners I refer to are not landlords. They're ordinary people who have a small flat inherited or purchased themselves. The issue is the cost of maintenance that the Housing Executive is demanding for work to external aspects of the property, such as roofs, windows, balconies, stairwells, etc., ranging from £1,000 to £2,000 to tens of thousands of pounds, amounts which the homeowners simply cannot afford. I've spoken with many of my constituents in East Antrim who are at breaking point. One elderly lady, for instance, faces a repair bill almost as high as the market value of her flat. Indeed, some homeowners are being asked to pay large sums for renovations on properties valued much less than the bill which they've been presented with. Without the impact of cost of living increases, these demands are unreasonable and unaffordable. Another resident who has kept her flat in excellent condition was recently asked to pay over £2,000 for minimal work done in a stairwell of her flat block, work she was neither consulted about nor is able to afford. This is simply a paint job and the fitting of some PVC flooring tiles, which was inexplicably priced at a total of £12,000 for the entire block of 6 flats. This constituent, like many others, has been paying a monthly service charge, which should have covered the cost of maintenance. Furthermore, some homeowners have contributed to maintenance funds set up by the Housing Executive, but this fund has not been either properly collected or managed. This shortfall leaves residents facing huge, life-altering costs that could be avoided with better management of a reserve maintenance fund by the Housing Executive. Many are caught between two untenable choices: leave the homes and face homelessness, or stay and endure crippling legal costs and repair bills. Last year I contacted the Minister for Communities, the Permanent Secretary and the Chief Executive of the Housing Executive. I have had little success in getting any progress in this matter. Mr. Speaker, this matter cannot go on any longer. I once again have reached out to the Housing Executive Chief Executive seeking a sustainable solution going forward. It's time for the Communities Minister to address this issue, to act now and to protect residents from financial ruin so that they can remain in the homes without fear of destitution. Thank you.
John Stewart.
And first want to associate myself with the previous speaker's comments. I think it is shameful and something does need to be done. Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight and pay tribute to everyone who organised and took part in Armed Forces Day weekends 2024 in Lochshore Park in Jordanstown in the heart of my constituency. It was, for anyone else who was there, a fantastic event, topped off by the air display by the amazing Red Arrows, which was enjoyed not only by the 100,000 plus people who attended the event, but everybody who lived up and down the coast of County Antrim and County Down. And I think anyone who did witness it or couldn't miss the photographs over the weekend will just say how amazing that was. It was also, Mr. Speaker, so good to see so many current serving armed forces on display, both in the parade and also in the recruitment village, and pay tribute to all those who took part, including members of my own regiment, the Scottish and North Irish Yeomanry, who were there on recruiting. It was also good to see so many benevolent organisations there representing the interests of the veterans that we have here. Mr. Speaker, we have tens of thousands of people that served in our armed forces here living in Northern Ireland, and days like Armed Forces Day are so important to them to acknowledge their service. We also, Mr. Speaker, have many people continuing to serve here and across the United Kingdom in our armed forces, and I think days like that are important to recognise their selfless commitment. So again, just to pay tribute to the organisers and everyone who took part. Thank you very much.
Daniel Crossan.
Speaker, from the return of this Assembly in February, I have been continuously raising issues and concerns in relation to staffing, recruitment and retention within the Department for Communities. I've raised issues around temporary promotions, some posts that have been temporary for 7 years now, and also the concerns that are raised with me and the avoidance of fair competition that are affecting morale and causing frustration within the Department. In a response received from the Minister for Communities just this week, the Minister also outlines further concern for me. He said that he is announcing a further 95 job reductions within the Department this year. That's on top of 600 in the last year. It's a significant number of job cuts within the Department, let's be under no illusion, that's exactly what it is, for the Communities Department. And it raises important questions specifically around which areas are affected and the reasons behind these decisions. While it is acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, and well played out in this House, that there are financial pressures facing the Executive and in turn individual departments, the implications of such widespread job losses on the Department's services cannot be ignored. Given the critical nature of work carried out by the Department of Communities, particularly in areas such as housing, which this House has an abysmal record on, particularly the Executive, particularly when they're not even announcing sufficient new builds this year at a level of 400, which is an insult to the many people that are waiting to be housed in Northern Ireland, it is crucial that public services do not suffer as a consequence of these cutbacks. And first and foremost today, Mr. Speaker, as a representative of West Tyrone, my thoughts are with all of the DFC staff that are stuck in this disastrous mess and affected by what is job losses. It is distressing to consider that individuals may be affected directly as a result of the Executive's inability to manage its budget or indeed even provide a programme for government about the direction of travel for this government. There is a pressing need for transparency regarding the locations within the Department where these job losses have taken place, and I have requested that Minister Lyons provide a detailed account of these job losses to this House. There is a constant avoidance of providing answers to these important questions. This can't be dressed up. In real terms, this is 695 job losses. And this House is quick to criticise the austerity implemented by London, but I do not hear the dissenting voices of Sinn Féin members of the Executive crying out about job losses and the effects it's having in our communities, particularly when we can't even deliver on something as simple and fundamental as housing for our people. This is a ridiculous situation, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister, and indeed the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister, needs to address it.
Sean Mulholland.
And fáilte go canciúla na dul éireann go Stormont inniu. I want to raise a critical issue affecting our dedicated NHS workers who are simultaneously reliant on universal credit to provide for their basic living essentials. While the recent announcement of a pay raise and back pay for NHS workers in Northern Ireland is very welcome, it has brought unintended consequences that I think we have to urgently address. So healthcare workers like the public health nurse who contacted me last week face the real and distressing possibility that the forthcoming lump sum pay award of £1,500 scheduled for August 2024 could significantly impact their universal credit payments. And it's not just about numbers, it's about the lives of single parents, caregivers and families who rely on these essential benefits to survive and actually engage in work life. So the constituent who contacted me is a nurse and single mum of 4, and she's voiced her concern that the additional income will be counted as surplus earnings against her universal credit, resulting in a reduction or, even more worryingly, a cessation of her benefits. The situation is not only unfair, but also very disheartening, as it undermines the very purpose of the pay award, which was meant to support and recognise the invaluable contribution of our healthcare workers. This mum should be planning some fun activities for her children over the summer, or even treating herself, as mothers are unlikely at times to do. But instead, she now has the worry of how she will make good her essentials. One of the suggested solutions was that this payment be made in instalments in her monthly pay packet over the past few months and next few months. Her universal credit would not have been affected, but now it would seem that she's no better off, and perhaps even worse off, as she will have to apply for universal credit all over again potentially. So we are well aware that one of the significant challenges with universal credit is the mandatory 5-week wait for new claims, and this delay can be devastating for families, leaving them unable to provide for essential items and services for their children during this waiting period. So in light of this, I have asked both the Minister of Communities and the Minister of Health for an update on what we can urgently do, because it is imperative that we protect the financial stability of our NHS workers who have tirelessly served our communities. And Mr Speaker, I urge both the Minister for Communities and the Minister for Health to prioritise these concerns, to act swiftly, to find some form of solution for those healthcare workers, because they deserve not just our applause and our gratitude, but also tangible support that reflects their dedication. And that needs to extend to those who rely on benefits to allow them to engage in their employment within our healthcare sector. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I wanted today to rise to pay tribute to the many carers in our community, whether those are domiciliary carers, whether they're family carers or volunteers. They add so much to our society that it's almost unpayable, and many of those domiciliary carers are on a very low wage, probably the minimum wage, but they go beyond and above what's required of them. Many of them doing many things for those that they care for that you wouldn't even expect. But they go out of their way in all weathers, and I recall last winter coming across a carer who was trying to make her way between 2 calls in the snow and ice and got stuck with her car and her vehicle. And I have to say, those people demand our attention and support. But also thinking of those young carers, those young people who are caring maybe for a disabled or an ill relative. Quite often their parent, who may not be that overly old, but those young people still at school, and they are helping to care for those people who are not able to care for themselves. And a lot of those people are under so much pressure themselves. I do ask the question, who cares for the carers? Because that is vital as well. Those people do need looked after, those people need support, and I sometimes think that a society, and many in society, maybe ignore this problem that there is. But it is an issue. We have many people who are, I suppose, living longer now, which is a really good thing in society. But those people need our help and support. And I would ask and appeal to people, if you know of a neighbour or someone who may not just be able to help themselves, please call in, please say hello. And that sometimes is a major difference between being a good neighbour and someone who just passes by on the other side. So at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I would commend all those who go out of their way to help others in this community. And sometimes we look at the negatives and the bad things in society, but that is certainly one of the positives and one of the good things.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just 100 days, on the 1st of October, we will see, not as some have claimed, a lessening but a tightening of the EU border noose when the Green Lane customs border comes into effect. On the 1st of February, Gavin Robinson said the Green Lane is gone, defended the principle behind the Red Lane. He said the government had provided constitutional harm which his party had repaired. But when asked by the BBC about whether the Irish Sea border had been removed, Mr. Robinson said the Green Lane is gone. Then, on the 8th of April, he admitted overselling it. Then, over this weekend, he's denied overselling it. The Donaldson deal embraced access to the EU single market, and yet last week in this House we had Deborah Erskine repudiate it, tell us that it undermines the integrity of the UK's internal market. Just where does the DUP stand? That's the question I find increasingly asked by many people. But then they told us, come the autumn, the delivery would be clear. Well, on the 1st of October, the Green Lane customs border comes into force for the first time. And like the Green Lane sanitary and psychosanitary border introduced by the Windsor Framework last 1st of October, this year, the Green Lane customs border will help entrench the EU-Irish Sea border. Rather than removing the Green Lane, the introduction of the new customs border arrangements will further advance the development of the Green Lane and thereby help to make the Irish Sea border and our alienation from the rest of the UK more firmly established. It is nothing short of mind-boggling that the leader of the DUP should have sought to argue that the autumn would validate the removal of the Green Lane, when in reality what it does is result in the introduction of the next stage of the Green Lane, the application of Green Lane customs border in addition to the Green Lane SPS border that is already in place, together with the Red Lane, all of which stays, is making the Irish Sea border the subject of the most complicated customs and SPS registration anywhere in the world. Those are not my words. Those are the words of someone involved in the haulage industry right at the interface. And that is strangling our economy and our main links with GB.
Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise to pay tribute to a local primary school in my constituency, Ballynahinch Primary School, and I want to give them credit for the fantastic road safety campaign that the P6 class ran with their teacher, Mrs. Kirkland. The class took the opportunity to write to every local representative in the area, and it was a really persuasive letter about just how unsafe the area outside their school was. And I had the opportunity to meet with that class and with their teacher, and the enthusiasm for the engagement with this issue and the enthusiasm for the engagement with their local reps was really obvious, and it was really inspirational to see what can be done when a group of school children are given that motivation and enthusiasm to engage in the democratic process. And I was pleased to be able to advise the school when I recently visited them that both the organisations that they were campaigning to deliver some change, the EA and the Department for Infrastructure, both have agreed to take on board their concerns. They have approved the reinstatement of a school crossing patrol outside the school, and they have also agreed to add a pedestrian crossing to their programme of works for the year ahead. So the class are absolutely delighted with that, and I think it is really important to pay tribute to the teaching staff in the school for getting the kids so engaged on this issue. And I think it also shows more widely what we can do in schools when we engage children and young people with writing for a purpose. Not just written exercises that exist in a vacuum, but that have a clear purpose and a clear outworking in the real world on an issue that makes a difference to them. So I want to put on record my absolute appreciation for the work that Ballynahinch Primary and the team there have done, and particularly to Mrs Kirkland's P6 class for the amazing outcome that they've achieved. Thank you.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I rise to welcome two outstanding results for people in my constituency in the area of Antrim as well. First of all, I would like to congratulate Fairview Primary School in Ballyclare for being awarded very clearly for their work towards promoting mental health, and particularly in a primary school setting. They have been recognised as the best school across the entirety of the United Kingdom for doing this. And anybody who understands Fairview and knows the pupils at Fairview and the teachers there will stand with me and say this has been an absolutely outstanding result, and congratulations indeed to Fairview Primary School in Ballyclare. The second one I would like to raise, and I would like to congratulate as well, and I raised this issue with the Communities Minister last week, is the great Danielle Hill. Danielle, who won the gold medal in the 50 metres backstroke and the silver medal in the 100 metres backstroke over this weekend at the European Championships, is an absolutely outstanding example of a Northern Ireland sporting superstar. And I make a declaration of interest here because she is one of the lead coaches at Larne Swimming Club, and it's Team Larne that she is very much to the fore of. And indeed, my daughter has actually taken a considerable amount of inspiration, as many of the young people are there as well. So, Mr Speaker, I think this is a great opportunity for this Assembly to recognise both the hard work of Fairview Primary School in Ballyclare and also the great work of Sir Danielle Hill and all the team at Larne Swimming Club. Thank you.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Speaker, today has been reported as potentially the warmest day of this year, and as we move into our summer and our summer holidays, I just want to raise the issue of public awareness of that of wildlife fires across Northern Ireland, because it has something that we've seen has been a detriment both to farmland and our environment over the past number of years. And I want to commend the work of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for the work that they've been doing, not just in tackling those fires, but also promoting that stay safe message as well for those people who are using our countryside both as recreational but also as a workplace as well. Mr Speaker, to put things in context, in 2020-21 there were 1,948 wildfires tackled and reported in Northern Ireland, and that has come down dramatically to 2023-24 to 925, a reduction of almost 50%. Now, those fires are still having a detrimental impact both on our environment and also occasionally on livestock as well, but I do think that it shows that the proactive approach that our Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have been taking in educating our general public, but also engaging in rural communities and with schools to put forward that fire safe message, to stay alert, not to use open fires, don't be careless with those materials that generate fire, barbecues and any other open flames. So, Mr Speaker, it's just to put on record that further message of those people who do enjoy the Northern Ireland countryside, especially coming into the summer, to be fire safe and to be fire aware and support the work of our Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service.
That concludes member statements. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. So we'll suggest members just take their ease for a moment while the Minister takes his place and Deputy Speaker Aiken comes to the table.
Okay. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion?
That the draft Fisheries Act 2020 Scheme for Financial Assistance Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister. Move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to bring the statutory rule before the Assembly for approval. The Fisheries Act 2020 Scheme for Financial Assistance Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 are made under powers conferred by the Fisheries Act 2020. The regulations were laid at the Assembly on the 30th of May 2024 and are subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure, hence this debate today. Fisheries is a devolved matter, and the Fisheries Act 2020 provides enabling powers for each of the fishing administrations of the UK to make schemes of financial assistance for marine and fisheries purposes. Tailored schemes of financial assistance are enforced in England, Scotland and Wales, and this statutory rule will provide the long-term legal basis for the payment of grants by my department to Northern Ireland marine, fisheries, seafood and aquaculture stakeholders. This includes inland fisheries. I have met with a broad range of stakeholders, and the opening of this scheme will provide much needed support for the sector. The scheme has been designed to support the needs of stakeholders, taking into account the contributions from those who responded to the Department's public consultation in 2022 and subsequent stakeholder engagement. The statutory rule sets the overarching framework regulations for the payment of grants by my department. It includes details of the application procedure, lists specific areas which are ineligible for funding, and provides the department with powers to attach conditions to grants, require the repayment of grants if certain conditions are not satisfied, and provide for the enforcement function in relation to potential offences. The statutory rule has been carefully developed to ensure that future grant schemes have the flexibility to meet new policies and the needs of the Northern Ireland fishing and seafood sector as they change over time. This includes the option to extend the types of funding that have been provided under previous grant support programmes, such as business diversification and progression towards net zero targets. Subject to approval of this motion in the Assembly today, the regulations will be made and come into operation to enable the application system to go live in July 2024. Approval of the statutory rule will enable £3.4 million of funding to be provided to stakeholders in this current financial year. This £3.4 million consists of £1.9 million replacement EU funding from Treasury, £500,000 of green growth funding for fisheries, and £1 million green growth funding for blue carbon and marine recovery initiatives. For 2024-25, my department will offer grant support under the following themes: investments on board fishing vessels and training, fisheries innovation, science and partnerships, environment and conservation action, blue carbon restoration, developing Northern Ireland aquaculture, processing and marketing of fish and aquaculture produce, and also fishing port infrastructure. In the longer term, the legislation will drive meaningful change to increase sustainability, economic resilience, and deliver a significantly decarbonised sector and a thriving marine environment. This statutory rule is vital to deliver the vision that my department shares with other fisheries policy authorities through the Joint Fisheries Statement for clean, healthy, productive and biologically diverse oceans and seas. To conclude, I thank the Committee initially for its prompt consideration on the SL1 and its meeting on the 16th of May 2024 and the draft statutory rule at its meeting on the 13th of June. I acknowledge also that the Examiner of Statutory Rules included the statutory rule in her report published the 11th of June. Finally, I thank the Business Office for scheduling this motion for debate ahead of the summer recess, thereby enabling the 2024-25 financial support scheme, subject to approval of the statutory rule by the Assembly today, to open as planned in July. I commend the motion to the Assembly and I ask the statutory rule to be approved.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on the Chair of the DERA Committee, Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing forward this regulation, which is obviously important to the fishing industry. The Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs first considered the Department's intention to develop a new scheme of financial assistance for marine and fisheries at its meeting on the 9th of May. We considered the proposed financial scheme in the context of a written briefing regarding DAERA's intention to make it a requirement for all fishing vessels under 12 metres fishing in Northern Ireland waters, and for Northern Ireland fishing vessels wherever they fish, to have an inshore vessel monitoring system operating when conducting fishing operations. The intent for the financial support for the scheme to be made available for existing vessels in the Northern Ireland fleet through this new Marine and Fisheries Financial Assistance Scheme. After this meeting, we wrote to the Department requesting further information regarding the proposed timelines associated with the development of the financial scheme, and particularly regarding the finance for the scheme. We received a response from the Department on the 28th of May advising that the draft regulations had been cleared with the departmental solicitor, and the intention was for the motion to affirm them in the Assembly before the summer recess, enabling the scheme to open for applications in July 2024. The response to the committee stated that DAERA was considering how to best utilise the 2024-25 budget allocation to support the needs of the marine and fisheries sector, and that funding opportunities should be consistent with those available under previous marine and fisheries schemes of support, with the level of support scaled to the budget that is available. The committee noted that this will include supporting sustainability and support for, amongst others, the scheme requirement. The committee considered the SL1 at its meeting on the 16th of May and noted that following the EU exit under devolved powers in the Fisheries Act 2020, the fisheries administrations in the UK are now able to establish and administer their own schemes of financial assistance. The purpose of this statutory rule is to establish such a scheme for Northern Ireland under paragraph 3.1 of Schedule 6 to the Fisheries Act 2020 by regulations levied in draft and subject to the affirmative resolution procedure. So this statutory rule will enable the Department to deliver its own scheme of financial support for a range of purposes that will benefit the fisheries, aquaculture and seafood sectors, and also coastal communities across Northern Ireland. The committee was content for the draft SR to be led and subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure. So, Deputy Speaker, the committee then considered the draft SR at its meeting on the 13th of June and noted that there had been no change to the policy content since the SL1 was considered, and that the SR was subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure and will come into operation on a date following the Assembly motion to affirm it. Members then considered the 17th report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules and noted the Examiner of Statutory Rules did not draw special attention to this SR. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend the Fisheries Act 2020 Scheme for Financial Assistance Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be affirmed and made by this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Declan McAleer.
On behalf of Sinn Féin, we'd like to welcome this scheme for financial assistance. We acknowledge that this Act comes about as a consequence of the loss of the European Maritime Fisheries Fund as a consequence of Brexit. Certainly our hard-pressed fishermen and women need whatever support they can get to sustain the industry, their livelihoods and their communities. Fishing is more than just a job. For many it's a way of life passed down through generations and the lifeblood of coastal communities. Our fishermen and women are also custodians of our waters. They have a vested interest, more than anyone perhaps, in ensuring we have clean, healthy seas and sea life. And that's why we are pleased that the scheme, among other recommendations, makes specific mention of financial assistance for the purpose of conservation, enhancement and restoration of the marine and aquatic environment. We already owe our fishermen and women a debt for the work they do in protecting our oceans. With the right investment support, I am sure they will be only too happy to play an even greater role. The Department has allocated the 3.4 million of funding from the Treasury from 24 25, and this is very welcome, and it's roughly equivalent to what they would have got on the EMFF. However, there is no certainty of funding for future years, and the fishing industry require consistent, reliable support and clarity for long-term funding, and this should be sought as soon as possible. We support the motion.
Thank you very much indeed. And can I call on Jim Allister, please?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Minister told us that this is a scheme under the Fisheries Act, which it is, whereby all the devolved regions and England and Wales can make their own provision. What he didn't tell this House, and what the committee does not even seem to have examined, is the overriding fundamental constitutional issue that under the protocol, this scheme is capped. The EU, our masters, our colonial masters, for which the Minister is but a slave in these circumstances, dictates how much can be granted in aid to our fishermen. Article 10 of the protocol subjects us to state aid rules. And state aid rules, which apply only to Northern Ireland, and therefore England and Wales and Scotland are not so, do not have their hands tied behind their back in this regard. State aid rules have specified the maximum that this Minister can grant under this scheme to the fishing industry. It's mentioned in paragraph 9 of the explanatory document. There it is in black and white. The elephant that no one wanted to mention. That over a 5-year period, all the Minister is allowed to provide under this scheme is £16.9 million. So over 5 years. So for this, the first of 5 years, he's provided 20%. It also says that the maximum he can provide in any year is £4.01 million. So the fundamental issue here is that this is a Minister who can only do Brussels bidding, who is not allowed to put our fishing industry into a position where they can better compete with the EU, because the EU dictates how much grant aid he can give. And they dictate it on the basis that we should not be allowed to compete advantageously with them. And therefore the Minister comes to this House with a proposal which is effectively written in Brussels, because it tells us how much we can give to our fishing industry in Northern Ireland. That is but an illustration of how appalling the continuing control of a foreign Parliament and Commission and jurisdiction is over an industry in Northern Ireland which has already been crucified by the common fisheries policy for 40 years by the EU, is now but a small shadow of itself and still has to continue dominated and controlled by EU limits on what aid can be given to the sector. That is an appalling vista and situation. And little wonder our fishing industry is not going to be allowed to flourish and grow back to what it was, because the EU still controls the purse strings. Not that they give the money, but they control how much the British Exchequer can give and how much their colonial slave, the Minister, can give to the industry. That is a fundamental affront, to which I'm surprised, well, maybe I'm not, that I'm the only member of this House to even protest against.
Thank you, Mr. Allister. Minister.
Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To conclude, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, in moving the motion, the regulations that this statutory rule provides for will be made as soon as possible after it is hopefully approved by this Assembly. The regulations will come into operation to enable the application system to go live in July 2024 and provide financial assistance to projects that enhance the marine environment and support and progress the economic resilience and, where possible, sustainable growth in the catching, processing and aquaculture sectors. In terms of the points from Declan McAleer in terms of future funding, very conscious of that, and that's something both myself and the Finance Minister are working together on, and we'll be engaging with what shade of government comes in on the 5th of July in terms of the certainty around that funding from the April of next year, because we recognise the importance of this. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the statutory rule to the Assembly and ask that it be approved.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the Draft Fisheries Act 2020 Scheme for Financial Assistance Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll take a short pause while we get the new Minister in. Oh, you're here, Minister. Lovely to see you. As if by magic. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Can I ask the Clerk to read the motion?
That the draft Local Government Remote Meetings Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Can I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to bring the statutory rule before the Assembly today for approval. The draft regulations were laid before the Assembly on the 7th of June 2024 and are subject to the draft affirmative resolution procedure. The purpose of the draft regulations is to give district councils the flexibility to hold meetings by remote or hybrid means. They will be made under the Local Government Meetings and Performance Act Northern Ireland 2021. As members will be aware, during the pandemic, provision had been made to allow councils to hold remote or hybrid meetings through legislation made under the Coronavirus Act 2020. The Local Government Coronavirus Flexibility of District Council Meetings Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 were introduced as a temporary measure under Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 and were in operation until the 6th of March 2024. Councils have welcomed the ability to hold meetings by remote or hybrid means, and the Department has received representations from the local government sector asking that this flexibility should be made permanent. The draft regulations before the Assembly today will do just that. Whilst there is no statutory requirement to consult on regulations made under the 2021 Act and no formal consultation was carried out, my officials have engaged with councils on the draft regulations. An initial draft of the regulations was issued to councils on the 12th of March for comment, and a revised draft, taking account of comments received, issued to councils on the 3rd of May. Officials also engaged with council legal officers on the draft regulations. I would like to thank councils for their responses on the draft regulations. I would also like to thank the Communities Committee for their scrutiny of the policy and draft regulations. Now, turning to the provisions in the draft regulations. The proposed regulations are based on and are very similar in content to the regulations which had been in operation until the 6th of March 2024. They apply to council meetings, including committee meetings, subcommittee meetings and joint committee meetings. They will make provision to enable district councils to hold meetings remotely or by hybrid means, for example by video conferencing, telephone conferencing, live webcast or live interactive streaming. They also define the conditions that a member must meet to attend a meeting remotely. This is in terms of a member being able to hear and be heard and, where practicable, see and be seen by other members or by members of the public in attendance. These conditions are the same as those which had applied under the 2020 regulations. The draft regulations also provide for hybrid meetings, with Regulations 2.1 setting out that a council meeting is not limited to all persons in attendance being present in the same place. The draft regulations contain one provision which was not in the 2020 regulations. A council will be required, for the sake of openness and transparency, to make standing orders about its arrangements for remote meetings, to include setting out the process or basis for considering whether meetings are to be held remotely, governing the arrangements for and conduct of remote meetings, and regulating public access to such meetings and the availability of documents to the public in relation to those meetings. I understand that by allowing each council to decide on its own arrangements for remote meetings may cause inconsistencies across councils. However, the intention of these regulations is to grant councils the flexibility to conduct their meetings in a way that best allows them to meet the needs of the council, its members and their constituents. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Can I call on Colin Gildernew, the Communities Chair? Thank you, Colin.
I'll ask Concordia and I thank the Minister for his remarks as well. And I raise now, as Chair of the Committee for Communities, to support the introduction of the draft Local Government Remote Meetings Regulations 2024. Members of this House may recall that regulations which enable councils to hold hybrid and remote meetings, which were made originally under coronavirus legislation, expired earlier this year, and the need to urgently progress a replacement for these was discussed in this place previously. The committee sought assurances that appropriate replacement regulations would be expedited and raised the need for urgency in relation to progressing these when they met with the Minister. The committee considered the SL1 for these regs at its meeting on 25th of April 2024. Not to repeat the technical aspects of these which the Minister has set out, in short, these regulations represent a more modern and a forward-thinking step in modernising how our local councils conduct their meetings, ensuring accessibility, flexibility and resilience in our local governance. At the committee meeting on 25th of April, members confirmed to officials that they were content for the Department to proceed to make the statutory rule. However, members did seek assurance from both the Department and from local councils that the regulations will be implemented on an equitable basis and that councils would make provision for this flexibility within their own standing orders. At its meeting on the 9th of May, the committee considered a response from the Department which confirmed that it would be a matter for each council to make standing orders governing remote attendance. These standing orders would specify the basis and process for considering whether council meetings should be held remotely or in hybrid format and who is to assess or decide this. The regulations do stipulate that a member attending remotely must meet specific conditions to participate in votes, namely the ability to hear and be heard and, where practicable, see and be seen. This ensures that remote attendance does not compromise the integrity of the decision-making process. These regulations promote equality also by making council meetings more accessible and contributing to strengthen diversity in terms of our representatives, including for those, importantly to myself, in terms of my own constituency, for those living in rural areas, for people living with disabilities, for those with caring commitments, and many others who might otherwise face unnecessary barriers to their participation. These can equally contribute in a positive way to motivation, productivity and retention. The committee has also followed up with the chief executives of the local councils in relation to their plans around implementation of these regulations in an equitable manner. On this basis, the committee is content with the draft regulations. We welcome the flexibility they provide, allowing councils to continue their essential work under varied circumstances. The ability to hold meetings remotely or by hybrid means is not just a matter of convenience, but an important step in ensuring resilience, participation, accessibility and inclusivity in our local governance. We have a duty to ensure that council members and the public can engage in the democratic process regardless of physical location, individuals' mobility or any caregiving obligations. The implementation of these regulations should be guided by principles of transparency, accessibility and compliance with equality legislation to ensure that all council members and constituents can participate fully in local government. In conclusion, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I recommend that the Assembly approves the draft Local Government Remote Meetings Regulations 2024.
Thank you. Can I call on Brian Kingston, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to join the Chair of the Committee in welcoming that the Minister is not bringing forward this legislation and advancing it. I was a member of Belfast City Council during the years of the pandemic, and like all councils we had to suddenly introduce the option of online meetings, and whilst we all recognised the limitations of attending online, it was a practical need and a reality. And as the years of COVID progressed, we were able to advance to hybrid meetings and provide that option of a mixture of attendance according to what the
regulations permitted. So moving forward now, rather than the continuous extension of that COVID-based regulations, the Minister is rightly now bringing forward bespoke legislation, recognising in the modern era that the option of hybrid meetings does exist for online attendance, as we have here for Assembly committees. And as the Chair of the Committee has said, in our correspondence with the 11 councils across Northern Ireland, they are very much awaiting the passing of this regulation so that they can amend their standing orders and make their own individual arrangements as agreed by those councils according to their needs. So as a member of the committee, we do welcome this progress in this legislation. We recognise the advantages this can provide for people with disabilities, for those with caring responsibilities, and particularly for more rural-based councils where travelling distances are greater. And so again, we welcome this progress in this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Anna Collins, Sean Holland.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is with some relief that I see these regulations finally coming before the Chamber. At the Committee for Communities on the 22nd of February this year, we had agreed to approve the extension of the Coronavirus Act 2020 extensions to provisions relating to local authority meetings to the Assembly, and it was then pulled with no notice within the committee. The decision not to extend those regulations were communicated, if those will remember, on a Friday evening, with some councillors getting less than 48 hours to make alternative arrangements to be present in the Chamber for the remainder of the meetings in March and going forward. And we were told at that time that standalone legislation would be put in place at pace. And at that time, I was very clear the removal of these regulations would only serve as a further barrier, especially with those with current responsibilities, those with illnesses, conditions or disabilities, people like myself with young families, those who live in rural communities, all get involved in political life. I was contacted by one particular councillor who regularly had flare-ups of a bowel condition, and they felt that those removal of regulations made it very difficult for them to be consistent in their attendance at committee. And in the months since, my own party has lost a very capable young councillor who is the father of 2 very young children who were born whilst the regulations were in place, and he cited the lack of flexibility for hybrid working as one of the main factors in why he had to step down from council. And I'm sure there are many other local representatives who have felt that lack of flexibility over the last 4 months. But in saying all of that, I'm really glad that they are here, that by the time councils come back after the summer, hopefully each will be able to have their standing orders in place. My one concern about the piece of legislation is that every council area will have the opportunity and the ability to define its own process, eligibility of the hybrid working and the standing orders that will govern them. So I do not want to see a situation whereby different councils place different parameters on their cohort of councillors, and we could see some councillors being treated very differently in a divergent way, depending on their council area. So this legislation should offer and will offer a flexible approach to engage with the official meetings, and I do believe that it will help those who we most need represented in local government actually being able to engage. So I just want to welcome the bringing forward of this legislation.
Thank you, Sian, and I call on the Minister to wind.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the level of consensus that we have across the Chamber today for these regulations on a place. My thanks to the Chair of the Committee and the Committee more widely for the positive way in which they have dealt with it. There's just a few issues I want to raise from issues that were brought up during the debate. I think it is correct to say that greater flexibility is now on offer on a permanent basis to our borough and district councillors. However, a number of people had mentioned issues around, for example, disabilities, and I just do not want in any way the message to go out to councils today that in some way that people can roll back on their responsibilities and their statutory obligations in law because this is now in place. Council chambers should still be a place that are accessible. this shouldn't be seen as an alternative to ensuring that our chambers are fully accessible and that we have the support for those that are in, because in my opinion it's second best to be at home. It's second best to do this from a remote basis. I understand that there are times when this flexibility is necessary, but I always think it's better to have people where possible in the chamber where the conversations are taking place and where the decisions are being made. And I don't want anybody to think in any way that we shouldn't be doing everything that we can to make our council chambers accessible and to make it possible for people to gather round when business is being done. It takes us on to another issue that Shan had raised in particular. At the end of her contribution, she expressed some concern that there will be the potential for different councils to take different approaches in terms of how they put in place their standing orders in relation to this issue. Look, I think I could have got criticism either way. I think that if I had mandated, according to what I think is right and proper, the way that councils should operate, I would have been in for criticism on that if I limited it to the specific circumstances that I might think is appropriate. Look, I believe in devolution. I believe that people should be making their own decisions and it should be at that right level. I wouldn't want anybody dictating to this House how it is that we should do our business, and I don't think it's right that I dictate to councils how they do their business either. Councils have different standing orders in how they conduct their meetings, the timings of their meetings. They decide those for themselves, and I think it's only appropriate that councils can put in place their own standing orders in relation to this issue as well. Shan had also raised the period of time where there was no provision in place for hybrid or remote meetings. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe it's my duty to follow the law in this place, and the law stated that I should only continue these regulations for as long as it was necessary in order to combat coronavirus. I know that people got comfortable and people liked having these regulations in place, but I did not believe that there was a justification under the law as it stood for me just to extend these, which is why I took the decision to allow those to lapse, but as soon as was practically possible, to bring in the regulations that we have here in front of us today. I said that we would do it before summer recess. I have done that. I have given the councils the power themselves to decide how that looks. But it would not have been appropriate for me to use coronavirus as a reason to keep this going, and therefore I used the alternative that was in place. So I'm grateful for the consensus that exists across the chamber today, and I commend the regulations to the House.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the draft Local Government Remote Meetings Regulation Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Communities to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion, please?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 8th November 2024 in relation to the committee stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill.
Okay. Thank you. Can I call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to move the motion?
Moved. Lashkan.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there be no time limit in this debate. I call on the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
I rise to request that members support the extension of the committee stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill to the 8th of November 2024. I recognise that this is a short bill, but nevertheless it demands the same level of scrutiny as any other due to the impact that the bill proposals may have, particularly on young workers. At the second stage debate, our Deputy Chairperson highlighted that the bill will reduce the lower age limit from 22 to 18, at which otherwise eligible workers must be automatically enrolled into a pension scheme by their employers, and also reduce the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band so that contributions are calculated from the first pound earned. We welcome these proposed changes, which will ensure that people are saving from a younger age, but we now need to give the bill the proper scrutiny and ensure that we as a committee give ourselves time sufficient to gather evidence and engage with stakeholders. Indeed, we are planning Lasciancorlia to engage with the Youth Assembly to help gather views, as this bill will have an impact on young workers. Members of the committee have already identified the need for an appropriate communication strategy to ensure that young people are aware of the bill and to explain what it might mean for them. We will take the views of the Youth Assembly on board, and we will try to ensure that we can use communications channels which will reach the age of workers and indeed future workers who would be most impacted by the changes being proposed in the bill. The committee's call for evidence is now live on Citizen Space, and we have identified a number of stakeholders that we will wish to take evidence from, and we have also written directly to organisations which tend to employ or attract younger workers. We encourage people to engage with us as we go through committee stage into the autumn term. So, Lasciancorlia, I would ask the House to agree this extension to provide the committee additional time to scrutinise this bill so that we can do our best to ensure that the bill is as thorough and considered as possible.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. You ready to go? You ready to go? The next item on the order paper is a motion on retaining and inspiring young talent. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly, while noting the educational and professional development opportunities for students studying away from home, regrets the large number of young people forced to leave Northern Ireland in order to pursue higher education who would otherwise wish to study and build lives here but are unable to, notes that the equivalent of a large university's worth of students are studying in Britain and a high proportion are unlikely to return, acknowledges the negative societal and economic consequences of this trend, particularly on our low levels of productivity, further notes that this so-called brain drain compounds the negative economic consequences of our low levels of educational attainment among school leavers, calls on the Minister for the Economy to work with the Minister of Education to develop a strategy to reduce the number of students leaving these shores who would otherwise wish to stay, including growing undergraduate spaces here and collaborating with the Irish Government to increase the volume of cross-border undergraduate entrants, and further calls on the Minister to report to the Assembly on agreed actions not later than December 2024.
Members, we're going to take our ease until we actually get a minister to catch up with us because we're well ahead of the schedule as we do at the moment. So members, please take their ease and I'll update you on progress as we get the minister before it. And the next person to speak will, of course, be Sinead, who will then be moving the motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the sitting is now resumed. Can I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion, please? Sinead.
Motion moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Sinead, please open the debate on the motion.
Point of order. Has the Minister responded? Will he be in attendance?
We have asked for the Minister's attendance and we haven't had any response from the Minister as yet. However, since we are ahead of the time and the Minister is due in the building anyhow for Minister's questions. Oh, sorry, the Minister is on his way. Have we had any more detail? He's outside. Oh, in that case, let's just wait a moment. Minister, welcome. Just get yourself settled there, Minister. Just settle a wee second. Yeah, let me know when you're ready to go. Okay, happy. Sinead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we will all agree that it is no surprise that some of our young people want to spread their wings once they leave school. Moving abroad can offer no end of new opportunities and new experiences. And I don't think any of us would begrudge our young people who want to leave in search of a different and new experiences. I have 2 daughters of my own who both moved away, and I'm hopeful, fingers crossed, that Aoife, now in her early 30s, may return home quite soon. But I understand why young people leave in search of those new horizons. However, that being said, there is no doubt that a real and pressing problem exists in our society and in our economy today when it comes to the sheer number of young people who are forced to leave our shores every single year because they actually can't set up the lives here that they want, because they can't pursue the careers that they want here, and because there aren't the university places for them here either. As has been well documented, each year the number of those young people stands at around 5,000, and we know that 2/3 of them do not return after their degree. There is an entire university's worth of students from Northern Ireland currently studying across the water in Britain as we speak. This is self-sabotage and it's self-inflicted. It is self-inflicted by government policy that drives our young people away and fails to tackle the root causes of the systemic issues that push them away. As has been outlined by the think tank Pivotal, those challenges include the fact that they are fed up with a segregated and divided society and frustrated by the sectarian tensions that are still all too prevalent in our communities. Too often the external perception of this place is just a somewhere that still has not moved on and that can't get its act together. It's a feeling that is no doubt compounded by watching our political instability at home and from afar. As I've said, when things get too hard, the big party sometimes take turns in bringing this place down and preventing any form of strong leadership or positive change. And when people see that, it wouldn't incentivise anyone to come home. So arresting the brain drain will require tackling these root causes, breaking down segregation, integrating our society and reforming our politics. But it's important to say that this isn't just a cultural issue. We aren't just talking about it because we would like our young people to stay. The brain drain is actually a handbrake on our economy. It has a direct and profound impact on our low rate of productivity, which has repeatedly been our Achilles heel in this part of the world. According to the Productivity Institute, Northern Ireland's productivity level is 75% of the EU average and only around half the level experienced in the south. Its findings are clear that the brain drain has fuelled that low presence of highly skilled workers that undermines our productivity time and time again. Of course, it's not the only contributing factor, and the low level of educational attainment among school leavers is also a significant challenge. For many years, we have suffered from chronically low levels of skills here that are rooted in educational underachievement. That is an issue that we have reference to in this motion. It's only compounded by the educational migration from these shores. There can be little doubt that the brain drain is fuelled by the lack of investment in skills and education by government over recent years. Take Queen's University as an example. It alone has suffered a cut of almost £50 million in real terms in the last 10 years. That is a university generating over £3 billion for the economy and leading the world in advanced manufacturing, ICT, creative industries and the digital industries. What other jurisdiction is cutting higher education and cutting investment in skills? The answer is none. Certainly none who are serious about growing a knowledge-based economy. With the expected growth in the number of 18-year-olds by the end of the decade, it is completely counterproductive. Of course, I have to say that the brain drain and the lack of investment in higher education has particular consequences in a place like Derry. That we are continuing to export a university's worth of students while failing to build the promised university in our own second city is pure madness. And it is sabotaging the economy as a whole that we aren't producing the skilled graduates of the future who we need for our economy. And that is pure madness, and it has to stop. When the last minister was leaving office, he announced a full review of higher education funding, but this minister has rolled back on that commitment. Having somewhat praised the DUP, I have to be honest about their amendment to this motion and say that I really fail to understand the point. Removing the Minister of Education's responsibility on this issue borders on irresponsible. We need everyone working together on this, but especially the two ministers who are clearly responsible for the area. And I do not comprehend the logic of removing the duty to collaborate with the Irish Government. Does the DUP not want all young people to be able to easily study at Trinity, UCD or Galway? Why take opportunities and possibilities away on a small island? Already barriers exist to cross-border mobility that none of us should be prepared to stand over. In 2020-2021, students from the South made up 2.4% of students in Northern Ireland, compared with only 0.6% of students in Ireland coming from Northern Ireland. The reasons are many and are well documented. Universities in the South are already difficult to access. Recent progress by the Irish Government in relation to the need for a fourth full A-level is welcome, and that followed calls from ISRA and the Royal Irish Academy. But there are still a range of barriers, and there are still questions to answer on whether the system remains too restrictive. Anyone who has read the ISRA report on the issue will know that it has also raised concerns that the small number of pupils in Northern Ireland taking languages impacted on the eligibility of our young people from taking certain courses. In written answers to me, the Minister of Education does not appear to have accepted this as a barrier. He may not have engaged in the research, but it is clear that we need to arrest the decline in the studying of modern languages if we're going to give more of our young people the opportunities that they deserve. There's also a timing issue in that UCAS offers are made 2 weeks before those made by the Central Administration's Office, driving more students to the UK system. Finally, schools must also be fully supportive to provide careers advice that includes guidance on the system in the South and the opportunities that exist right on their doorstep. It seems strange to me that the DUP would not want to get a grip of these issues and break down these barriers for the people that they represent as well. I feel we only have a short time in this mandate, and already we have said more times than I can count that there is nothing to fear from collaboration. At the core of this issue is opportunity and freedom of choice for all our young people. Everyone, as they leave school, should have the freedom to move away, whether across the sea or across the border. But they should have the freedom to stay and pursue their passions right here at home, contribute to the place that they were born, that they were raised, and driving our economic growth. Both choices are fair and legitimate, but we need to make sure that a choice really does exist and that no one is pushed away. In conclusion, Speaker, whatever designation you deem yourself, it is in everyone's interest for Northern Ireland to work. For me, that includes building a society where no one has to move away, and that starts with putting a strategy down on paper that is co-produced, that is ambitious, and that is comprehensive. I hope all parties can back this motion.
Thank you. I call on Philip Brett to move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. And can I pay tribute?
Just to move, Philip.
Oh, sorry, I do this every time. Move.
Okay. Minutes to propose and 5 minutes to whine. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Over to you, Philip, this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the proposers of the motion for bringing the matter before the House today, though I do wish to move an amendment in my and my colleague's name, which I believe more accurately and concisely reflects the issues that the House are trying to focus on today. The virus for addressing this issue clearly lies within the Department for the Economy. The Department for Education's duty lies exclusively with education for early years provision, post-primary and special education and the youth service. The Department for the Economy sets the current Mazen cap each year, which I think we all recognise across this House that this is one of the major issues as to why students choose to leave the shores of Northern Ireland. The current cap sits between 6,000 and 7,000 across Northern Ireland's 2 universities, and the demand clearly outstrips the supply. Across Queen's University last year, they stated that they had 100 applicants from Northern Ireland for 60 places across all cohorts, and that is why the Minister should look at how we increase the number of student places available here in Northern Ireland. And that is why we do support the SDLP in their call to try and encourage additional students and student numbers here in Northern Ireland. I do not, however, Mr. Deputy Speaker, agree with the negative economic consequences that the member has outlined in relation to Northern Ireland's poor educational attainment. I don't think that frankly stands up to scrutiny. I could quote several reports, but I'll just read one into the record this afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the Nuttall Foundation, which states the following: pupils in Northern Ireland lead the way among UK nations in most measures of pupil outcomes, even moving ahead of the region of London, which is often widely regarded as a high level of educational attainment. The highly positive outcomes displayed by pupils in Northern Ireland through Educational Policy Institute studies are more positive than seen in other international comparators. So I think, in my view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's important to recognise the strengths that we have of our education system here in Northern Ireland. I know some parties and some individuals are more focused on talking Northern Ireland down and undermining the great work that's done by our teachers, our support staff and our pupils. But for me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will always highlight the great work that goes on in our schools and across our universities. I do struggle also with trying to square the motion that Ms McLaughlin brought forward today. She said she doesn't want students to have to leave Northern Ireland, but in the same breath wants to encourage students to take up study in the Republic of Ireland. They either want to have the student numbers here in Magee or at other universities here in Northern Ireland, and pupils remain in Northern Ireland or go to other places. So I think the motion is somewhat contradictory, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think the whole House should be focusing on trying to increase student numbers here in Northern Ireland. Some may accuse the opposition of wanting to have their cake and eat it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I would never accuse Ms McLaughlin or the Leader of the Opposition of such things. So, as I said from the start, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think our amendment more factually and more concisely articulates the situation that's faced here in Northern Ireland. And I know that the Minister, when summing up, will outline his ongoing work and a commitment to growing student numbers across our university campuses here in Northern Ireland. So with that, I would encourage members to support our amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colin Porrick to Larky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this motion forward. I suppose when I read through this motion, I see a lot of things which have been brought up in this chamber and which are clear policies which the department are bringing through at the minute. So I think it's very welcome and something which I'm glad to speak on today. When I read the motion, the first thing that I thought about was how many of my friends have had to move away in recent years as teachers in Doha, as healthcare workers in Australia, as tradespeople in America. And sadly, they see very little compelling reason to stay and to build their careers here. And it's heart-wrenching, and we all understand the devastating impact that this has on their families and on our entire community, an experience that many of us have felt personally. So this cannot continue. We must work together to do everything in our power to ensure that young people see their future here at home. So today, I want us to commit to working together to make sure that that can happen, to ensure that young people can stay in Ireland, can build a life here, can get a good job here, can own their own home here, and can ensure that young people from here are no longer built for export. So imagine having an even bigger powerhouse of young, bright minds teaching in our schools, working with patients in our hospitals, contributing to our communities and innovating in industries, being trailblazers for positive and for progressive change. By working together in this chamber to create new and exciting opportunities, good working conditions and fair pay, we're investing in that next generation to ensure that we can build brighter, better and stronger futures in our island. It's a win-win. Our talented youth get the chance to thrive, and our island gets the enormous economic benefit of everything that their skills and that their passion bring. So let's make this island that we call home the place where our dreams can come true, careers can flourish, and the future of every young person have endless possibilities. And together we've got the power to deliver that real change, to create a future where our young people have those opportunities at home and to be a game changer for everyone in our society. And it's with this passion, it's with this creativity, this determination that we can build a brighter, more prosperous Ireland. To harness this potential, we must create a path which values education and which creates ample opportunities with meaningful careers. Education is the cornerstone of any thriving society, and it's through education that we equip our young people with the tools they need to succeed, to innovate and to lead. But education is not about just imparting knowledge. It's about inspiring a love for learning, nurturing curiosity and fostering critical thinking. It's about creating an environment where every young people feels valued, empowered and encouraged to pursue their dreams. And our current education, while strong in many respects, needs to evolve to meet the demands of the modern world. We must ensure that our schools and our universities are not just institutions of learning, but incubators of talent. And this means investing in industries that have the potential for growth, such as technology, renewable energy and creative arts. It means supporting small business and entrepreneurs who are the backbone of our economy. It means ensuring that our young people have access to those apprenticeships, internships, on-the-job training that give them the practical skills to succeed. And it means looking at our economy in the whole. So we must address these issues of fair wages and of job security to ensure that our young people aren't stuck in low-paid, precarious jobs with little hope of advancement. And I welcome the fact that Ms McLaughlin has raised the positive progression which we've seen in CAO applications, because I have worked with my colleague Mairead Farrell, who's our further and higher education spokesperson in the South, to ensure that this advances through the Dáil and through Conor working as our Minister here as well. So I think that really shows the opportunity to create that positive change, to create that difference, and as an All-Ireland party working on all those All-Ireland issues. They also note the mention of McGee in there, and I think it's very positive, even since last September, that we're going to see another 500 students coming to McGee this September. I think that's something we all have to welcome, and I think that that's positive progression. It's a step forward, and it's certainly a step in the right direction. Inspiring and retaining young people isn't just an economic imperative, but it's a moral one as well. It's about ensuring that every young person here has the opportunity to reach their full potential, regardless of their background or of their circumstances. And it's about creating a society where talent and hard work are rewarded and where every individual has the chance to contribute to the common good.
Thank you. And can I call on David Honeyford?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to come at this from the economic aspect as spokesperson for the party. And our economy has been in deficit since the 1930s, and something has got to change. We can no longer accept that we continue year on year doing the same thing, effectively needing to be bailed out each year. And a region of lack and people moving away is not a region that I want to live in, nor want the future generations to have to come through. And we should be working for better, giving the next generation hope of a better future that includes better job opportunities, better wages, and just the belief that this place is a place where everyone can prosper, everybody can have a good job and make the most of the opportunities that are in front of them. And I think that is the key issue. There's a little bit of chicken and egg here. To grow our economy, we need an educated workforce. To attract new investment and jobs, we need those skills at the other side of that. And also importantly, our young people and student population need to see the opportunities and the career opportunities that they can thrive in, and that is key. Going away to study, having opportunities to study in Scotland or England, Wales or in the Republic is not so much the problem I see as having a thriving economy back here that attracts them back to have career and job opportunities that are an attraction, that they can see their future here. On the motion, it describes the issue, but fundamentally I'm disappointed reading the motion that it doesn't actually offer any hope. It's just words of regret and negativity without any words of vision or direction that we can debate. And to note a couple of other things, it also doesn't mention apprenticeships. And I had a group of students in my office last week, and we threw this to them, and that was one of the first things they read. There's so many opportunities in England, particularly with apprenticeships that they can take, and that it isn't referenced. And with the greater number of apprenticeships, that actually leads to careers, so they are kind of lost to our local economy, and that's something that has been missed in this. I would love to be debating solutions and looking at what we can do to help improve and to grow our economic outlook. And I think that would be a really healthy debate. Yeah.
Slightly intrigued is that why the member thinks we're being negative in a motion which is about a public policy problem, but it does specifically talk about a strategy to reduce the number of people leaving Northern Ireland. I mean, that's the solution that we're looking for. We want to increase the number of student places and encourage more people to stay.
And the member has an extra minute.
I said it's negative because it says negative, it says regret, and there's actually no solution. There's no solution there other than asking somebody else to come up with a strategy. There's nothing here for us to actually debate. And I'll talk about, well, you're the opposition, Matthew. Opposition, you declare yourself the opposition. Come with
could the member address his remarks through the chair, please?
Sorry, but the opposition should bring forward stuff that we can debate, not give us stuff to that we can read ourselves. Like, we know the problem. I want to look at solutions. And if I look at my own experience, I have two kids, both at university. My son has just finished his degree in Loughborough in England, and that's been an absolutely brilliant experience for him. It's been a time to grow, and thankfully he's one of the 30% that will be returning home. He comes home tomorrow. If you ask my wife on Wednesday, she might regret that part of it. But he's attracted home by friends, by sport, by community. But centrally, he's starting a new career opportunity in Belfast. So that's the reason to bring back. It's not that he went away. The going away has been really positive, that he spent time away from here, been able to shape himself and being around different cultures and opinions that shape your outlook. My daughter is just finished her first year at Trinity in Dublin, so I'm pure alliance with one in England and one in the south. But I could talk you through all the problems of CAO entry to students and into the Republic's universities and what needs to be changed to give increased opportunities for our students. I could do it all day long. The problem is the motion doesn't give us the opportunity to do that. It just says, go and do this. It doesn't. But I heard a stat recently in Trinity College, pre-98, there was approximately 10% of students were from Northern Ireland. And today that's less than 1%. So there's obviously a problem there, and it's restricting opportunities for our young people to gain entry into the South's universities. And there's something needs to happen. So we have a motion without solutions or ideas, and actually we have an amendment which tries to remove some more opportunities for our young people, which is also disappointing. But one solution that I'll throw in, that I've said in this chamber many times, about reforming our further education colleges and looking at the technical university model that we've seen in other parts of Europe, which would increase skills, increase opportunities, and give a serious alternative just to the research university model that we currently have, giving opportunities for everybody, not just academic learning. But it's hard to beat that when it just says that calling for a strategy. So yet again, I say it doesn't offer detail, but I agree there's an issue, and I agree that we need to look at our economy and grow on our economy, but we should be solution focused and delivery focused and debating policies and solutions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and could I call on Tom Elliott?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's quite an interesting debate and discussion this that we're having here today. And it focuses very much on the academic students in Northern Ireland and those that leave. But I did want to touch on something that Mr Honeyford actually raised there, and that is the issue around apprenticeships and those who take a vocational career. They are equally as important to this society and this community as those that go academically. And I'm not saying that the SDLP missed this in their motion, but I did look at the potential of amendment, but then thought it was very focused on the academic issues, so therefore, in that respect, maybe it should be kept to that. However, I do think it would be unwise for us not to focus to some degree on those that want to take a vocational route and use their skills, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure all of us have tried to get a builder or a plasterer or a joiner or an electrician or a plumber recently, and it's quite difficult to get them. And those that you do get, certainly most of them will know how to charge, and they have a very good future here in Northern Ireland, I have to say. There is lots of work for them and huge potential for them to grow a business, and I wish them all well, because they are doing an exceptionally good job here in Northern Ireland. But dealing with the academic route, and it's something that I do want to ask the Minister maybe to address, because I'm not entirely sure on this issue, and that is the cap on the local universities. Is that appropriate to have that cap, or could that be amended and changed? Because I understand in figures that were released some time ago, they may not be exactly right for this year, but there were almost 30%. That's almost a third of the students who were going on for higher university, studying across the water, or not in Northern Ireland, I should say. I have listened to some of the universities say that maybe if you raise that cap in Northern Ireland, raise the number of students that can go to the local universities, that would actually help and assist to retain those young people here after they finish those studies in Northern Ireland. I have also heard the issue that may increase the fees to those students studying here in Northern Ireland, but I understand that if you go across the water, for example, to England, that you will pay approximately double the amount of student fees than you do here currently. So maybe is there a potential for increasing the cap or lifting the cap, or at least allowing some more local students to attend local universities? And that certainly would be an income for those universities as well, and that would help them to raise some funding, because my understanding is the universities are quite concerned that unless there is investment in those universities, that we will suffer economically and suffer to retain our students even further in Northern Ireland. So that, to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, is something that we need to look at. I'm not promoting it here now, but I would like to hear the Minister's view on it, because it is critical that if we're having a debate on this, that all the issues are on the table around that, and let's hear how we can improve it. I also would like to commend the regional colleges, and we used to talk about them, about the old techs or the old technical colleges in my lifetime. Some of our younger people may not remember them as the tech, but those regional colleges have done a lot of work to actually help the skills of the local communities, and they try to tailor a lot of their courses towards what the local industries want. For example, in tourism and light engineering in my constituency are two very important ones, and I know the regional colleges do try to promote that. So finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and I hear everything he says there with regards to the regional colleges, but would he agree with me that it does not bode well whenever, through to staffing issues, the NRC cannot even produce an electrical installation course for first-year apprentices this year?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And if that is happening, that is very detrimental to the area that it's in and to the course that could potentially be there. Now, I know there is sometimes an issue with numbers. Maybe that's not the issue here, but some regional colleges do need a certain number to be on their course to make it viable, and I accept that. But I do have to say it is an interesting debate here today, and I just hope that we look at all the aspects, not just those in higher educational circles, but also the vocational and apprenticeship routes, but also the issue around the cap on local universities.
Thank you. Colin Shanma Holland.
Apologies. I was talking when I shouldn't have been listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can't get my speech up. There we go, sorry. Oh, there we go. My apologies. I just want to say that as my party spokesperson for children and young people, neither I or my party have any issue with young people going elsewhere to study. It can be a wonderful experience, one that open individuals' eyes to diversity and affords them independence from their families and their parents. My issue is the lack of young people returning after that education experience, and I believe that's where our responsibility lies. We are caretakers of this place. It's up to us to create an environment that young people want to come back to. We have a profound duty to every single one of those students that gets on a ferry, a plane or a car to go to university. We need to foster a stable and welcoming environment that encourages them to return home after completing their education to invest in this place. And it's essential that we create a region where young people feel confident building their futures, supported by robust economic opportunities, social cohesion and political stability. So we have to prioritise policies. It's not just one policy, but we have to prioritise all policies that enhance job prospects, as my colleague David has spoken about. We have to improve our public services, and we have to ensure a high quality of life. Why else would anyone come home? We have to make this an attractive place for graduates to return to and invest in and build their families in. And this commitment to stability and inclusivity won't just help to retain our talented young people, but also stimulate that long-term growth and prosperity for the entire community. It is a knock-on effect. And part of that creative stability, in my view, has to include reform of these institutions. One thing I have consistently heard from my best friend in America, my brother living in Europe, my cousin in Australia, why would they come back when we can hardly sustain a half-functioning government half the time? We need to make sure that we create a political environment that fosters a culture of collaboration, mutual respect, and that we can create a stable political environment where no one party holds disproportionate power to collapse these institutions ever again. Such reforms will build on public trust, I think. They'll encourage political engagement, and it will ensure that the focus remains on serving the best interests of all of our citizens. So thereby, I think, providing the stability that we need for our young people to see a future here. If we can create that political will to work together, I think that it would put across a much more positive view of this place. And like David, I also had a great team of work experience students in with me last week who helped me out by giving me their views on this motion. And the first comment that I heard was that university is not the only way. While the motion highlights a critical issue regarding the exodus of students pursuing higher education outside of Northern Ireland, it also overlooks an equally important aspect: the need to support those seeking education through non-university channels, such as vocational training, apprenticeships, and many young people prefer or are better suited to these alternatives, which are vital for meeting the diverse needs of our economy and addressing those skills shortages. And by focusing predominantly on university education, I think the motion fails to recognise the value of the vocational routes and the necessity of enhancing these opportunities to retain and develop talent within Northern Ireland. And I do think that it's imperative for any comprehensive strategy about reducing the brain drain includes that robust support for all vocational and apprenticeship programmes and ensuring all students can access the education and training that best suits their aspirations and their abilities. In terms of the CAO reform that my colleague David also referenced, that was one of the biggest comments from the young people that were with me. One of the comments was, my teachers told me more about studying in Europe than they did about studying in the south of Ireland. And we need to change that. It is down the road. So things that both Ms McLaughlin and David have brought up are things like that waiting period, that 2-week window, the non-alignment of the results coming out, the need for a fourth A-level, and the need for languages, it's only 4% of students are taken at that level. They were all things that were brought up to me by our work experience students. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have two specific personal connections or reasons to be particularly interested in this subject, and I'll come on to a couple of the comments that have been made about the text of the motion in a little while. First of all is that I represent South Belfast. Not only do I represent South Belfast, but my constituency office is on University Street. So I'm literally a stone's throw from Queen's University, from our largest university and our oldest institute of higher education, which, as I think most of us agree, as with Ulster collectively, does not have enough capacity or spaces to accommodate the need that our society and our economy and our young people have. But secondly, in terms of people who leave and come back, I am one of those people. I think I'm probably right in saying I'm probably the only body, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think I'm the only person serving in the Assembly who left and was away from this region for such a long time. So I do have particular personal experience of this. I went to study as an undergraduate in Scotland in 2001, and I didn't return until 2020 when I became an MLA. And that is a unique, I think, insight into the mindset of people who leave, whether they wish initially to leave or not, and the barriers that keep them away. And I do think that when we're talking about the barriers that keep them away and the consequences of them leaving in such numbers and staying away, we do need to be bluntly and at times brutally honest with ourselves about the consequences, which is why I was slightly intrigued to hear that one of the criticisms of our motion was that it was too negative. We do specifically talk about solutions, but when we're talking about a very serious public policy and societal challenge, it's important to recognise that we aren't simply here for the purposes of the power of positive thinking. This isn't a booster competition. We're not simply cheering one another on. We're not cheerleaders. We're here to debate and interrogate serious public policy challenges. And the extent of young people who leave here and those large numbers who feel they cannot come back is a serious public policy challenge. I just want to touch on a couple of the important bits of research and study that have gone into this. Pivotal, which is a relatively new think tank here in the north, has examined in some detail the negative economic consequences of the large numbers of undergraduates, school leavers who leave Northern Ireland, and it's a university's worth, we know, who study across the water, and the very large numbers who feel that they can't come back. I will come on to the question of those who don't want to go through higher education, because their experience and their economic contribution is just as important, in many cases more important, than those who go to study at university. But obviously, every single motion can't cover every single related topic on every single subject, so I don't think it's a fair criticism that it doesn't explicitly mention apprenticeships. But the pivotal research has shown clearly the dire economic consequences of us losing highly productive, motivated young people. Mr. Brett talked earlier on about our high-performing education system. It is true to say that we produce many graduates who get lots of A's in their A levels. That is not the same thing as an effective education system. It's just not. If it were, then our overall levels of educational attainment would be much higher. Our highly selective education system, which does tend to favour the better off, many of those better off, by the way, who then send their kids to university across the water, who never come back, has profound economic and social consequences for this society. Those of us who don't face up to that are kidding themselves. So there are very, very profound challenges that are created, and Pivotal have found them. Also, John Fitzgerald and Edgar Morganroth, two economists, have studied the productivity consequences, as have the Productivity Institute, which is a relatively new institute at Queen's, of our levels of losing young people. There are real economic consequences. We have lots of great industries in Belfast and across this region. Cyber, creative, the Minister will have done a lot of work and engaged with them a lot in his few months in the job. They need people here, they need skilled people, but the rest of our economy needs skilled people too. We simply do not, we aren't creating, we too many of our young people the most qualified are leaving to study and then not coming back. There are huge challenges. I will give way briefly because I'll get an extra minute.
Thank you. Just to give you an extra minute so we can hear as you develop your strategy, can you give us 3 issues or solutions that the strategy the SDLP would like to see, that we could at least have something that we can move forward with debating?
And the member has an extra minute.
I mean, I appreciate I'm not actually a minister, so I don't hold ministerial office. My job is to be the leader of the opposition. But you completely, I'm afraid David did, through the chair, completely mischaracterise our motion as not having any solutions. It specifically calls on 2 different ministers to reduce the number of students leaving these shores. That would, including raising undergraduate spaces, that is by definition a solution. I'm not, sorry, my job is to be the leader of the opposition. My job is not to do executive parties' jobs for them. Our motion does include specific policy challenges. If executive parties don't want to face up to the extent and depth of those challenges, that, I'm afraid, is for them. Now, this society has moved on enormously in the last 26 years. We know that we have created huge economic opportunities since the Good Friday Agreement, but we still export far too many of our young people. Part of what drives them away is the sense that our politics and our society has not moved on here. I think in a new programme for government, it would be hugely welcome if the Minister of the Economy and the Minister of Education could work together, produce a strategy to, number 1, increase the number of undergraduate places here, and number 2, encourage and incentivise those who have left to come back. There are huge reasons for us to be positive.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close, please? Thank you.
Give those young people the reason to come back. Thank you.
The next person to be called is the Minister. Minister, you will normally have 15 minutes to speak. However, looking at the timings as we're approaching question time at 2 o'clock, would you wish to, if you're happy to continue now, and we'll suspend closer to the time, or do you want to come back after? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business on the order paper is question time. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The sitting is by leave suspended. On resumption of this item of business, the next speaker will be the Minister of the Economy. Here we go.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
It's time for questions to the Executive Office, and we're going to start with listed questions. Just to inform you that questions 3 and 4 have been withdrawn. Graham or Patsy McGlone.
We're here le de hall a frio las Concordia.
The relationship between ministers and their Assembly Committee is hugely significant, and we place great importance on developing a collaborative and constructive relationship with the Committee for the Executive Office. We met the Committee in February to discuss our priorities for the Department, and our senior management team have also briefed it on our legislative, budgetary and policy intentions. And in relation to future meetings with the Committee, we recently wrote to the Chair in response to its invitation for ministers to give evidence, and we advised her that we and our junior ministers are happy to do so once a suitable date can be agreed.
Patsy McGlone for supplementary.
Thank you. First Minister, it's now approaching 6 months since the Executive was restored. Could you detail the responsibilities of each junior minister, please?
First Minister.
As the member will note that both of our junior ministers have been very proactive in terms of being out on the ground, visiting a lot of our very good community organisations that do great good relations work, and that's certainly an area which both ministers have been focused on. They've also equally been out in Brussels representing the Executive Office at an occasion as well around building our international relations. And by and large, I think the junior ministers do a great job in terms of jointly in terms of representing us at various different events and meetings with different groups. So I suppose they have a very broad remit in terms of supporting the Executive Office, and from time to time would carry out different responsibilities and have a different remit to focus on, particularly attending meetings, as I said, meeting with relevant groups or particular areas. So they cover everything right across the office.
Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker. First Minister, when you were at committee along with the Deputy First Minister, you agreed that you would come back before the summer recess. We were expecting, in terms of our forward work programme, that you would be here this coming Wednesday, and no explanation was given as to why you weren't coming. We really wanted to see both of you at that committee because we have been so let down.
Is there a question, Paula?
We wanted to raise those, and I would ask for an explanation as to why you're not coming to give account of the poor and late communication we've been getting from your departmental officials every week for our committee. Thank you.
First Minister.
Well, can I say to the member that I'm aware that our department have liaised with yourself to try and find an appropriate date, and I'm also aware that your committee perhaps is closing up earlier than other committees at the end of this session, so perhaps there's a difficulty in terms of finding a date. I'm also equally aware that we're meeting later on this afternoon, so hopefully we can discuss these things out.
Call Nicola Brogan.
The First Minister will know that the Finance Minister, Keith Archibald, has been working to get a better financial deal from the British Treasury on behalf of the Executive to ensure that we get better public services here in the North. Can the First Minister therefore outline when the June monitoring allocations will be made?
First Minister.
Yes, thank you to the member. And I understand that our Finance Minister, Dr Keith Archibald, is ready to make recommendations to the Executive on June monitoring allocations, which would see obviously much needed money that's available being allocated to departments to deal with the whole raft of pressures, including additional money for health or the money for the pay and grading review for education support workers and across all of the departments. It's in my opinion that it's normal and routine business of the Executive and the Assembly, and I believe that we should be meeting with urgency in which to try to get clarity for departments on their budgets.
Call Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. My question has partly been answered, but I would like a more detailed response to what duties the junior First Ministers have actually taken in this mandate so far.
First Minister.
Yeah, as I said, I think our junior ministers can be credited with the fact that they are out on the ground, they are meeting so many groups, they are looking at the very excellent work that's being done by so many groups across our community, and they carry out that whole raft of functions from time to time, deputising for both myself and the Deputy First Minister or attending in their own right. As I said, everything from Brussels till meeting local groups and attending meetings, and particularly around areas like ending violence against women and girls, engaging with young people. Very positive engagement, I think both ministers have been engaged with throughout their tenure in office.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, question 2, please.
First Minister.
It's important that the programme for government is agreed with the Executive before we confirm what will be included within it. We have previously spoken about our priorities for this mandate, and this includes housing. We've also highlighted the importance of childcare, reducing hospital waiting lists, ending violence against women and girls, special educational needs, Loch Ness, and developing a globally competitive economy.
Daniel McCrossan for supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker. I asked the Minister specifically in relation to housing and whether it will be a standalone outcome in the programme for government. Minister, your own party committed to building 100,000 houses. Your executive, which you lead, is only committed now to building 400 this year. Is that a failure on your part as First Minister to deliver housing for all?
Can I say that there's no escaping the fact, and it's absolutely a priority, that housing must be built on a scale and have ambition to build at a scale and speed that addresses our housing situation. So I'm absolutely wedded to what has previously been committed to, and I also am absolutely clear that the priority of identifying 400 houses doesn't cut it. So I want to be constructive. I want to work with the Minister. I know that our Finance Minister wants to work with the Communities Minister also to ensure that we do whatever we can to raise that number. This is the figure that's been put out there in terms of the draft budget, but we have to do better and we must do better, and I am determined that we will, because we have to get people access to good quality housing if we're going to see action.
Call Claire Ferguson.
Thank you to the First Minister for your answers of that. First Minister, would you share my concerns about the ongoing Tory austerity and underinvestment in our public services, and this is what's having a seriously negative impact in delivering social and affordable homes?
First Minister.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely concur, and I think every member in this chamber should concur with that. We know that the Executive's budget has been significantly underfunded by the British Government for well over a decade, to the detriment of our public services, whether that's health, education or on the issue of housing. So it is an unacceptable fact that we have been underfunded, funded well below need, and that's a fact which I'm glad that at least there's some acknowledgement now that that is the case. But this is the direct result of Tory austerity. It's a direct result that has meant that less social housing has been built, that has increased our waiting list, that has led to a sharp decline in public services, and it's just not acceptable. And that's why we must stand with one voice in terms of making the case for properly funded public services here. And I'm glad that our Finance Minister and the Executive are working to ensure that our finances are in a stable financial footing so that we can actually invest in our essential public services around health, education, childcare and key infrastructure projects. And in terms of housing more specifically, greater public investment is definitely part of the solution, and there are other innovative solutions that we also need to bring forward so that we do what we can to plan for the future to increase the supply of social and affordable housing. So in terms of the question around improving public services and supporting people, we have to give people, families out there that are really on waiting lists for seriously long times, we have to give them hope that we're going to build homes. I'm determined to do that, and I'll work collectively with all executive colleagues that we get to a point where we have the proper housing supply strategy in place that allows us to deliver and make it happen for families that need homes.
Questions 3 and 4 have been withdrawn. I call Mark Durkin.
Ever a quick.
First Minister.
Our statement to the Assembly on the 7th of May set out matters discussed at the inaugural meeting of East West Council on the 26th of March. The meeting primarily focused on the Council's strategic direction and governance, including its terms of reference, future direction and the establishment of Intertrade UK. It did not deal with specific, if I could say the word specific, issues, and therefore discussions did not include the issue of funding for Casement Park.
Mark Durkin for supplementary.
It's disappointing that Casement wasn't raised at that opportunity. I wonder if it was raised at an earlier meeting on the 5th of February with the Prime Minister. However, we do welcome the First Minister's commitment last week that Casement will be built on her watch, and while we appreciate and welcome that confidence, is the First Minister as confident that it will be built in time to host the European Championships in 2028?
First Minister.
Thank the member for that. He shouldn't be surprised that it wasn't raised, because this was an inaugural meeting of a new body that's primarily focused on kind of improving relations and conversations. So it's not to replicate any of the other structures that we have. It's not the forum in which it would be raised. But I can assure you that at every opportunity that I've had, I've raised this with every British government minister, including the Prime Minister, and will most significantly, in order to, when we get post the 4th of July next week, whoever comes out the other side, whoever occupies Downing Street, will have me knocking at their door in terms of the huge significance that we have, the huge economic boost that we have to have the Euros hosted here. And I want us to be part of that, and I do not want us to miss a moment there. So whoever comes in to 10 Downing Street, whoever occupies the Treasury, we want firm commitments in terms of their commitment to the financial package that actually gets Casement built and also gets us on our part as part of the Euros.
Call Pat Sheehan.
Would the First Minister agree with me that holding Euro 28 in a state-of-the-art Casement Park is an unprecedented economic opportunity that we just can't afford to miss?
Yes, I mean, absolutely. I think it's a prospect that we must all be ambitious about. This is something that will lead to the betterment of our wider society, the economic boost, the investment in sport, the legacy that will leave, the tourism impact that we will have from it. I mean, the benefits are immense, and it is an opportunity not to be missed, and an opportunity indeed that we must maximise. And I can say to the member, Casement remains a flagship project for the Executive. It's a new deal, new decade, new approach, commitment, and as I've said in the past, Casement will be built just in the same way as Kingspan and Windsor Park have already been delivered. I think it's important now that we get to the other side of this election and we get that immediate firm confirmation from the British Government in terms of their stated funding commitment, and we need to get that without delay so that we can move on at pace and actually secure our place within the Euros.
Call Sean Mulholland.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. Can I ask how up-to-date the list of capital projects on which the Strategic Investment Board that's currently advising the Executive actually is?
First Minister.
It's a bit wider than the question itself, so I'm happy to write to the member just to give you more detail on that, if that's okay.
I call Colm Gilder now. First Minister.
At 347 acres, the Maze-Lawn Cache site is twice the size of the Titanic Quarter, and it has great potential in itself, but also can be an economic driver not just for Lagan Valley but for the whole region. The site has immense potential as an economic hub, with around 1 million people living within 30 minutes of it, and it occupies a strategic location on the key transport corridor. The 3 existing tenants on the site deliver unique and varied activities, but illustrate what really can be achieved. RUAS have brought a substantial area of the site back into use and estimate that their current business levels attract approximately 375,000 visitors across a schedule of 20 events. The Ulster Aviation Society collection of aircraft and memorabilia is one of the top attractions in the area, with an estimated 9,200 visitors annually. And then we also have the Air Ambulance, which has been tasked over 4,200 times since operation commenced in 2017, delivering significant social and economic benefits through lives saved and early interventions. It must also be a site for the community and a dedicated areas as envisaged for community and sport use. We must build on the common ground that we all share, and that is to realise the potential of the site for the benefit of all, and we are absolutely committed to working with the Development Corporation to achieve that.
Call Colm Gilder now for supplementary.
And thank the Minister for answer, and I particularly welcome the commitment to build on the common ground that we all share to realise the potential of the Long Cache site for the benefit of all. As such, First Minister, can you outline the next steps in moving forward with that?
Yes, both myself and the Deputy First Minister and the Junior Ministers were all at the Balmoral show. I think it's on days like that you actually get to see the real potential of the site, and you know that it's something that is evident to us all. So I think it's fair to say that, the agriculture show excelled again this year, but we need to match the potential of the site with a similar level of ambition. And there, as I said, the site has such enormous potential for business, for housing, for recreation, for learning, for sport, for us all. I think I want to see the site developed in the same way that we have seen with the regeneration of other sites, particularly if you look at the Abrington site, the Crumlin Road Jail. You can see all those things that have opened up to be really inclusive spaces, and they're the building blocks for a shared society. So in terms of the next steps in the question that you ask, the Deputy First Minister and I have accepted an invitation to meet the board, to take stock of the current position and to hear their thoughts on the development of a roadmap for the site, and that's going to inform how we proceed. The scale of the investment will be huge, for sure, but the cost of doing nothing is even greater. We don't want to see any more delays. I think a regenerated MLK site will work for everyone, and I want to work with the Deputy First Minister to see that happening.
Call David Honeyford for supplementary.
Well, Deputy Speaker, regrettably, the last question we're down to the wire and the timeline for case in part, but can the Minister give us a timeline for the Maze Long Kesh site? I welcome what she's just said around it, but we need to get finally on with seeing the potential for all of our community that we can benefit. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that it's important that we meet with the board, as I've said, because I think that's our first step. They perhaps have refreshed thoughts in terms of a roadmap for development of the site. And we're going to do that very shortly, and then that will allow us to, I suppose, proceed in a way which is more informed and taps into the potential that we have. But crucially, it starts with this meeting which we're going to have with the board. I'm hoping we'll be able to do that in the coming weeks, and then we'll be able to report more and talk more, because, as the member knows, we've talked about this in this House on a number of occasions, and we're all passionate about doing it. Now it's time to turn that, I suppose, that ambition into action.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, First Minister, I welcome the fact that you're meeting with the board, and obviously we now have junior ministers for meetings, and these meetings are happening. But it's also been the case that members of the board of the Maze Long Kesh Development Site are getting paid £6,000 a year, effectively, with all due respect to them, to have meetings. That's a decade of that site largely non-exclusively lying unused. Can you give us a clear timeline for when we're going to get an update?
Yeah, the Development Corporation itself is established under statute, and it has a wide range of powers to enable to effectively take forward the regeneration of the site. I have already mentioned some of the areas where the site has been developed, and that there's even more potential. Indeed, throughout since its inception, they've had current functions around retaining the site, ensuring the listed buildings are preserved. They have health and safety concerns, and also they have been, as I said, developing their plans for how they see the site expanding into the future. So I'm going to focus on the positivity, I'm going to focus on the potential, and I'm going to work with the Development Corporation to make sure that we realise its potential.
Linda Dillon. First Minister.
We remain committed to introducing legislation in the Assembly for a statutory public inquiry and redress scheme as soon as possible. It's important victims and survivors are absolutely at the centre of this, which is why a public consultation on the key policy proposals is essential. We look forward to meeting with the Victims and Survivor Consultation Forum this afternoon, with the intention of making an Assembly statement tomorrow and opening the public consultation later in the week. This is a major milestone, but there are a number of complex and sensitive issues for us to consider carefully. It's also important that we listen and hear a wide range of views. The consultation will include online and face-to-face events to make sure that as many people as possible have the opportunity to contribute during the 12-week period. And this remains one of the most difficult parts of our past, and I think we're all personally committed to helping to right the wrongs of the past for these victims and survivors.
Linda Dillon for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer, and it will come as a great relief to many victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions, Magdalene laundries and workhouses that this is finally moving forward. Can you give us an assurance that, as has been the case in the past, that victims and survivors will be central to this consultation and that they will be made aware of what is in the statement before it is made to the House?
Yeah, I thank the member for asking that question, and as I've commented before in this House, I welcome the fact that she and other members have really worked constructively right across the House on this issue, given the sensitivities around it. As the member will know, both the Deputy First Minister and I have been working at pace with our officials around launching this public consultation ahead of the summer recess, so I'm really pleased that we're now at that stage. But I really want to personally acknowledge, and we'll do so again tomorrow, all those that have campaigned for years to get to this point, and also to acknowledge that the suffering that everyone endured was traumatic, was terrible, and you've waited far too long to get access to truth and accountability. The Deputy First Minister and I look forward to meeting with the Victims and Survivor Consultation Forum this afternoon, with, as I said, the intention of making an Assembly statement tomorrow and then opening the public consultation later in the week. And it's so important that we hear all the voices of birth mothers, adopted adults and family members. They are all critical and absolutely central to the process, and we're committed to meeting with the victims and survivors through this process, and I urge them all to engage in it and to make their voices heard.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
I'm sorry. Question 8, please.
First Minister.
With your permission, Junior Minister Riley will take question 8.
Thank you. The Executive Office is responsible for taking forward the necessary arrangements to implement the provisions of the Identity and Language Act 2022, including the establishment of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and the Ulster British tradition. We have given initial consideration to the appointments process and hope to make an announcement in due course around the necessary recruitment competitions. Our officials have undertaken the initial work, as I said, and that includes the practical arrangements to establish these bodies. We have already indicated that the competitions will be run at the same time for up to 8 public appointments to these new bodies. The experience in our department is that public appointment process will take approximately a year from the initial decisions in respect of when the process is made.
Call Paula Bradshaw for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Junior Minister. We had a presentation in terms of the FICT report recently at committee, and we were very keen to see how that work could be dovetailed into the work of the new office, and I'm just wondering what discussions are taking place within the department in that space. Thank you.
Junior Minister.
Yeah, listen, it'll be no surprise to the member when we're talking about having these offices established, along with the commissioners and operating it is an absolute priority for me and indeed the department. We want to make sure that the process is done properly and effectively to make sure that the offices are of course fit for purpose, but I'm happy to take that back into the Executive Office.
Call Malaysia McHugh.
I got Priolas con Carla agus buhas leis an our social foster. Minister, could you outline what steps have been taken to progress the establishment of the 3 new bodies under the Identity and Language Act?
The preparatory work has begun to establish 3 new bodies under the Identity and Language Act. This place that we call home is so rich and diverse when it comes to language, culture and identity, and we want to make sure that that is reflected and protected by these offices and commissioners. Officials have undertaken preparatory work, including the practical arrangements required to establish the 3 new bodies under the Language and Identity Act and engagement with different language groups to ensure that the process is properly informed. It is important that this process is done properly and effectively to ensure that these offices are fit for purpose. Ministers have given initial consideration to the appointments process as well, and we hope to make an announcement in due course regarding the recruitment competition. We are determined to make progress in this process, and it is a substantial piece of work, but one that we will absolutely deliver on.
I call Anya Murphy.
Priolas can call your question 9.
First Minister.
Sorry. I'll ask Junior Minister Riley to answer this question.
Thank you. Yes, Together Building a United Community, the TBUC strategy reflects the Executive's commitment to improving community relations here between people from different political, ethnic and religious backgrounds. Since 2013, a huge amount of progress has been made in key thematic areas such as shared housing, shared education, removing interface barriers and engaging with young people. The makeup of society is increasingly diverse, and we need to make sure that our good relations approach continues to effectively engage with all of those who live here. Officials are currently developing a final draft to the review for Ministers' consideration with the view to developing a refreshed approach to good relations and what that will look like to build on progress to date.
Priolas can call you, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer, and I'm happy to hear that the review is underway to build on the great work of TBUC. I'm especially pleased as well to note that engaging young people is also a key area of focus. Minister, can you outline what TBUC has delivered for young people during the course of the programme?
Junior Minister.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do concur with the member that engaging with young people is extremely important. It's important because young people are key to our society, and that with the TBUC, which of course stands for, as I mentioned before, Together Building a United Community. And that's recognised that by delivering on the ground and investing in our young people across our communities over the past decade. The Planned Interventions Programme in particular funds community activity to provide positive alternatives for young people at risk of becoming involved in antisocial behaviour, sectarianism and recruitment from paramilitary gangs. And since 2015, through various projects, the programme has been delivered to over 30,000 young people. The outcome of that is that over 90% of those young people have improved self-confidence and are less likely to be involved in negative behaviour. That shows to me the value of investing in our young people, of believing in them, of encouraging them to believe in themselves. And programmes like T-Book provide opportunities for our communities to take positive pathways, to work together, to learn from each other, to build a better place for our people to live, work and thrive. And we as an executive are committed to improving community relations here and looking forward to building on all of the progress made to date.
Call Owen Tennyson for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, and further to the benefits that the Junior Minister has just outlined, can I ask what work is currently being underdone in the Executive Office to protect and insulate good relations funding from cuts in this financial year and the next, given the difficult budgetary position?
Junior Minister.
Yes, I'm happy to provide that for the member. So we are currently looking at and considering the budget allocations across the Executive Office, and when that's finalised we will take a look at and consider the recommendations from officials on how good relations funding should be distributed across TBUC headline actions and broader good relations programmes. All preparation work is complete, including the assessment process for all 24-25 applications for good relations funding. Letters of offer to successful applicants will be issued where appropriate after a budget for each programme in 24-25 has been confirmed.
Call Sinead McLaughlin. First Minister.
Again, I'll ask Junior Minister Early to take this question.
Junior Minister.
Thank you. Through Urban Villages, they have provided funding of £92,600 to the Fountain Primary and Nursery School Transport Scheme from September 2017 to March 24. Urban Villages was never intended to be a core funder, and the idea and aim was to provide additionality to existing provision within areas. Revenue funding for all Urban Villages community-led and cross-cutting projects ceased on the 31st of March 2024, and funding for the Fountain School Transport Scheme was part of this funding. Officials have put together a range of options for the future of the Urban Villages programme. We're committed to continuing to promote thriving places and achieve the best outcomes for all of our citizens. And we will, of course, update members on future plans for the programme once options have been considered.
Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Have you considered and responded to the request from the Education Minister for you to reverse this decision to remove funding from this school transport? And if so, what rationale have you used?
Junior Minister.
Well, as I said before, the Urban Villages has provided funding of 92.6 thousand to the Fountain Primary and Nursery School Transport Scheme from 2017 to March 24, and I am aware that the Minister of Education has also visited the school recently. I've been in Derry on a number of occasions along with Junior Minister Cameron. We've visited the Greater Chantalow Community Arts, Newgate Arts and Culture Centre, Foyles Women's Aid. And we've been able to see firsthand the great work, and in particular the community and voluntary sector, and the vision that they have for their communities. I want and will work alongside anyone and everyone because we see and recognise the importance of positivity that Urban Villages brings to Derry. We have seen other positive outworkings throughout Derry, whether that be the Magee campus expansion, the redevelopment of Meanan Square, the investment in Ebrington, and our department and other departments will continue with that positive work and ensuring the delivery of the people of Derry. Over 1 million people have benefited from the Urban Villages programme in Derry, which has helped boost and support community work, tourism and heritage projects. The Urban Villages team will be operating in Derry, Fountain area, Bishop Street and Bogside until at least 2027 to allow the planned capital projects to complete, and we will continue to work with our colleagues in other departments as well to find out how we can best support and deliver communities in a way which is impactful and sustainable.
Call Padraig Delargy.
The Minister be acutely aware of the investment that's already gone on to the Fountain, Bishop Street and right across my own area, across the Moor. Can she provide any more update as to some of the specific programmes and achievements to date?
Well, yes, as I mentioned before, over 1 million people have benefited from the 2.4 million investment into Derry through the Urban Villages programme. And that has helped boost and support community work, tourism and heritage projects, education, arts and culture by investing not only in capital projects, but in the capacity required to ensure sustainability and long-term positive social and economic impacts on the city. The Executive Office will continue to speak to those delivery partners on the ground to ensure their input is considered as we move forward and to determine the best way to build upon all that has been achieved so far. Collaboration with our executive colleagues will be key to this work, and I look forward to updating members on future plans for the programme once options have been considered.
Ms McLeveen is now in her place. I call Alan Robinson, very quickly.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker.
You've literally a half a minute.
We are determined to build a safer society free from the negative influences of paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control. We're doing this through a number of initiatives working to protect children and young people from exploitation by paramilitary and criminal gangs. This includes projects such as the Planned Interventions Programme funded through TBUC. This scheme provides positive alternatives for our young people at risk of becoming involved in antisocial behaviour, sectarianism and recruitment from paramilitary gangs. In addition to the Communities in Transition project, which is part of the Tackling Paramilitary Activity, Criminality and Organised Crime programme, delivers projects which raise the aspirations of young people. It aims to create better life choices for young people and also delivers interventions focused on combating child criminal and child sexual exploitation. Our delivery partners and officials are working closely with the statutory agencies with lead responsibility for these matters.
I'm sorry, Alan, time's up. Okay, so that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
First Minister, I can be robust in opposition, but I sincerely respect the fact that you and the Deputy First Minister are trying hard to put the best foot forward in terms of this region, to encourage investment, perception of this place, unfortunately, in the northern part of Belfast City Centre, an area known now as the Tribeca project, years of progressive deterioration are compromising the perception of this city and this region. What do you think should be done about it?
Well, I think we should all be passionate about trying to lift up all of our city centres, all of our communities, all our high streets. We've done some work on that in the executive in the past. I think it's important that we send out a very positive message that Belfast is very much open for business, that we send out a very positive message that we have some fantastic innovative businesses in our city centre, and that yes, there are issues that need to be resolved. And I note the recent appointment of the Night Times Hour, which I think is a great addition. Also, you'll know that the responsibility for regenerating the city centre comes directly from the remit of the council, and our department, and I'm sure every other department actually around the executive, would be more than happy to continue to work to promote that positive message for Belfast city centre regeneration, including the housing projects, including town centre revitalisation, and creating that economy where we have the nighttime economy, where we have the daytime economy, where we have homes built, and we even accommodate our students now with the huge number of students. So I think there's huge potential there, and we should focus on building up on those positives and dealing with the challenges.
Matthew, supplementary.
Minister, I appreciate those general answers, but I was asking specifically about Tribeca. North Street is a disaster, and both of our parties, including I think yourself, have met with the developers. If Belfast City Council and others cannot progress this project, including the acquisition vesting of all or part of that site, would you be willing to step in and, on behalf of the executive, take the steps necessary, including potentially use of financial transactions capital, to acquire all or part of that site so that we can overcome this specific dereliction in that part of the city which is really letting us all down?
First Minister.
Well, let's just continue to work together to try to resolve any issues that are there. I'm not going to make policy up on the hoof on behalf of the executive, but I will certainly continue to pledge my support to work with Belfast City Council to find the solutions that allows us to make Belfast the most vibrant city that it can be, that we attract visitors as we do in great numbers, that we work with the retail sector, that we work with the hospitality sector, that we work with the tourism sector, that we work right across the board to make it the best place that it can be, and I will not be found wanting in that regard.
Paul Morris Bradley.
Principal Deputy Speaker, can I ask the First Minister, is she aware that this year's Super Cup NI takes place between the 21st and the 26th of July? Would the First Minister agree with me that this is a great opportunity for young people to compete with the best across the world, and also to showcase the North Coast and Northern Ireland in its entirety?
First Minister.
Yes, I absolutely concur with the member, and I know that the House was earlier debating opportunities for our young people. This is a great example of an opportunity for our young people in terms of the sporting field, and to compete with people from right across the international community, I think, is a real positive experience for so many people. I'm hoping to actually have a chance to be there and be some part of it at some stage whenever it comes here, but couldn't concur with you enough in terms of what it means. Again, this is about that investment in the Northwest. It's about all the visitors that it brings. It's about the legacy of sport again, and it's about investing in our young people, so absolutely positive.
Morris Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you for your answer, First Minister. But could you commit the Executive Office to working closely with the organisers of the event, of this competition, to promote it annually going forward?
First Minister.
Yes, I'd certainly take that back to our office and we can discuss just how exactly the CUP is supported, and if there are other areas that we need to look at, then I'm happy to do that.
Well done, Bunty.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the media is reporting about the potential sale of Spirit Aero Systems. Does the First Minister agree with Group Chairman Sir Michael Ryan, who has said that any dismantling of the business would be extremely detrimental to the long-term future of Belfast business and by extension the region's aerospace industry? And what is her assessment of the potential impact?
First Minister.
Yeah, I know this is very current in the media and obviously a major employer, so we need to work with the industry themselves, work with the business themselves to see what is within our remit in terms of supporting. This is a big employer in East Belfast, I respect that, so we haven't had any direct correspondence to ourselves yet, but I'm sure that will come just given that it's a breaking story.
Joanne Bunty for supplementary.
Thank the First Minister for that, but will she, the Deputy First Minister and the Economy Minister undertake to take action and maybe outline for us the action she will take to secure the integrity of this business?
First Minister.
Yes, I'm very happy to talk to our Economy Minister around any engagement that he perhaps already has had. I myself have engaged with Bombardier in the past, obviously now Spirit, but this is, as I said, a major employer, so let's see what we can do to support them.
Gerald Brownlee.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her answers so far. 75% of the democratic world is heading to the polls this year. The world is changing and so are policies. So does the Executive Office, in terms of their strategy, how have they integrated this into their international relations strategy?
First Minister.
Yes, you're right. 2/3 of the world's going to the polls. That is some change in 1 year. So who knows where we'll be by the end of this year in terms of changes that are afoot. But I think all that has to reflect just even ourselves, our own international relations strategy, where we're at, where we're targeting. Obviously in a post-Brexit world as well, access to both the British and the EU market. What markets does that open up for us in terms of manufacturing, for example? So I think that we have to reflect that in our own international relations strategy, and that will be embedded into a new programme that we bring forward. And perhaps we'll probably be making a statement to the Assembly at some point in the future around that.
Charlotte Burnley for supplementary.
Thank you for your answer for that. In terms of a time frame of implementation, do you have any idea of when this announcement would be happening?
First Minister.
Well, obviously now we've only got 1 more week left of the Assembly, so I think it'll be September time before we're able to bring that forward. But it's a piece of work that's been ongoing for some time, and I think that we probably would be very early in the new political season, if you want to call it that, from September, able to bring it back at that time.
Paul Shamwell Holland.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, First Minister. Given that we go to the polls next week or the week after, would the First Minister give me an assessment of votes at 16 and where she thinks that would make a difference in Northern Ireland and in our politics here?
First Minister.
It's not strictly under the remit of our department, however, I will give you my view of votes at 16. I believe that should be expanded to young people. I think that our young people are well in tune to what they need and what they want. Isn't that what politics is about? It's about voting for change. It's about getting the opportunity to have your say in something. So I would absolutely concur that that's something that I would like to see extended. I know on a party political basis that's something that I would campaign for and regularly engage with the electoral office and the powers that be in terms of electoral law.
Sean Mulholland for supplementary.
Yeah, and that was with indulgence. I know it's obviously the Northern Ireland office, but would the Minister, First Minister, commit to writing to whoever the new Secretary of State is post 5th of July to ask for the powers to bring in votes at 16 here be devolved to this House rather than it be, still being sitting with the NIO?
First Minister.
Well, that's certainly my personal view in terms of what I think should happen, and we can discuss it again at our executive office, but it's certainly my personal view that's something that we should have. We should have control of the maximum number of powers that impact on our lives here and the people we represent, so I would concur with that. And just over the course of, just when you're speaking about young people and 16-year-olds, over the course of the last 2 weeks, I think every member in this chamber has brought young people in here for work experience. And I think that's a fantastic thing and something that we all should encourage, because we want young people to be part of the electoral system and the democratic system. We want our politics to reflect society. We want our politics to have more young people, more people from black and ethnic minority backgrounds. We want our politics to reflect the world that we live in. So my message, and I'm sure you will concur, to all young people out there is that there's a role for you to play in politics, and voting obviously is a key element to that, and I, like you, share the view that voting age should be lowered.
Called Steve Aiken.
Thanks very much indeed. and may I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. First Minister, or indeed First and Deputy First Ministers, there's £370 million available supposedly in the June monitoring round. When is the June monitoring round going to be released, and when is it going to be tabled on the Executive?
First Minister.
Can I say that we know that our Finance Minister has indicated that she is ready to make allocations, so I would like to see the Executive meeting sooner rather than later so that we can get that money allocated. I don't know where you get your specific figure from, but that's for yourself to refer to, but certainly there is money to be allocated in June monitoring, and I want to get that done as quickly as possible because it gives that certainty for our departments that are struggling with the budget that they currently have. So there's additionality there to come, and I hope that that's in the coming days.
Steve Aiken for supplementary.
Now, for a declaration of interest, of course, I sit in the Finance Committee, so I'm fully aware of what's available in Ardell and capital that's due to come through. Minister, time is running out for the allocation of these funds for our vital public services. What is your office, or combined offices, going to do to expedite this process? Because, as you've already said, we've only got a week left of this Assembly before we break for the summer.
First Minister.
Yes, as I said, the Finance Minister has written to say that she is ready to make the allocations. I want that meeting to happen, and I hope that we get agreement for that meeting to happen, and I don't think that we need to wait to the other side of the election for that to happen, because I believe this is business continuity, this is business as usual, but that's my view of it. I will still try to get an Executive meeting tabled and scheduled, so that we can have this discussion.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In light of the recent economic data been released, can you, First Minister, outline the Executive Office role in setting economic policy?
So in terms of the economic strategy, it's the Economy Minister who sets out the vision and has done so since he's come into office, based around 4 key things. One being more jobs, better paid jobs, so productivity is a huge area. The green economy, because there's clear, huge potential there. Regional balance, because we need to make sure that everybody shares in the prosperity agenda. I think that's really, really important. So he takes the lead in terms of that, but then obviously to complement that work, both myself and the Deputy First Minister in terms of international relations strategy, in terms of our engagements in a diplomatic way, then that all complements and overlays the work that's done within the Department of the Economy.
David Honeyford for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you for your answer. Can you set out the work then that the Economic Policy Division that's part of your department has carried out since restoration?
Yeah, again, this is about really liaising with InvestNI, liaising with the Department of the Economy. In terms of the actual remit of the policy area, I'm very happy to send that to you in writing. I don't have that in front of me, but it's certainly around those areas that I've just talked about, and working with the other key players, key stakeholders, if you like, whether that be InvestNI or the Department of the Economy officials. That linkage is very strong, but I'll write to the member.
Call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister for an update on the number of applications received to date and the number of applicants that have actually received an award from the Troubles Permanent Disability Payment Scheme?
First Minister.
Just trying to find the figures for the member. 2 seconds. So, perhaps I'll write. Oh no, hold on, I have it. So the VSS bereaved scheme reopened to new clients in April 2021, and previously only victims who had registered before 31st of March were eligible. VSS self-directed support schemes provided over 13.5 million of funding to date to support bereaved victims and survivors. In terms of the victims' payment, over 45 million has been paid since the scheme opened, and in terms of the actual number of individuals, that's the part I will write to you on.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Minister, can you tell me what is the average timescale from application to decision? Thank you.
First Minister.
I don't have the average time frame in front of me, but I can say to you that there are concerns about the length of time that it can take to process the application. However, I know that each application is unique and can be quite complex in terms of the assessment and the historic nature of much of the evidence, but we are keeping that under constant review for looking for ways to continually improve the throughput of cases and actually engaging closely with the victims and their representative groups who are bringing these issues to us, so that we can continue to make things an improved situation for victims coming forward.
Oh, he's already asked? Yeah, okay. Well, listen, that's time's up. We're now going to move on to questions for the Minister for the Economy, and we'll start with a list of questions, and I call Sarah Eastwood. Oh, hold on, sorry, we're waiting on the Economy Minister. Just take your easy minute. Okay, so question. Sorry, Eastwood.
So, Deputy Speaker, question 1, please.
Minister.
My department has arranged a provision for young people with special educational needs delivered through further education colleges, universities and across our vocational training provision. However, there are significant gaps in provision, and these have been worsened by the loss of European Social Fund. This is not acceptable. Everyone should be able to access opportunities and fulfil their potential. I have therefore asked officials to review the current provision and provide me with recommendations to improve support for young people with special educational needs. I have also asked my officials to examine legislative protections and to bring back advice as soon as possible. It is my hope that both practical support and legislative protections can be strengthened in this mandate. This will require collaboration across the departments.
Sarah Eastwood for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response. I'm really encouraged by that, and I also am sure that he's aware of the fantastic campaign that Alma White and her son Caleb have been undertaken over the last number of months on raising awareness really of that post-19 provision for SEN young adults. You've already said to me in your initial response there that you're going to consider collaborative working. I'm assuming that would be along the lines of working for the Education Minister, for example?
Minister.
Yes, and I had the pleasure of meeting Alma White last week. Met her up in my office here. And yes, it will be a question of collaborating with other departments. I mean, obviously, in terms of that post-19 cohort of people, then there is a significant responsibility for the Department of Economy. But that will require us to have a joint approach with education. We're already working with the Disability Work Strategy that's led by communities. The Department of Education end-to-end, special needs end-to-end review is co-chaired by Education and the Department of Health. So I am very happy, and I did undertake when I spoke to Alma last week to talk to the other ministers involved to make sure that in the first instance that if there are things we can do in the here and now to improve access to training and proper fulfilling experiences for people with special educational needs, that we do that, but also in terms of legislation, which is generally a longer term. But if that, I've asked officials to come back to me, and I hope if that is required, that can be done within this mandate.
Tennyson for, or sorry, not Owen. Peter McReynolds for supplementary.
I didn't indicate.
Thank the Minister for the Economy. He'll also be aware of 4G, who conduct a similar service out in the Dundonald area for a number of boys and girls who fall into this category. Minister, there's a dearth of provision once special educational needs pupils hit 18. Are these young people going to be a priority for your department? And what action will you take to demonstrate that they are a priority and they're not going to be left by the wayside once they leave school?
Minister.
Well, I agree with you that there's a dearth of provision, and that hasn't happened recently. That has been going on for many years. It's an inequality, and if there's anything that we can do in terms of our job in this institution, and certainly in our jobs, those of us who hold executive minister positions, then it is to try and tackle inequalities and injustices wherever they are. And so I did give a commitment that that's what I would try to do. I have worked on this issue in the past in terms of my constituency representative role. I understand the frustration that people have where that comes to a cliff edge at the age of 19 and little or no provision beyond that. So I have undertaken to do what we can do in the department to work with the other ministers where there is crossover, and there are a number of crossovers with health, education, communities, to work with those ministers, and if legislation is required, to try and get that through in this mandate.
Paul Owen Tennyson. Minister.
I plan to consult on proposals to bring forward an employment rights bill to protect and enhance workers' rights. As well as supporting the commitments of New Decade, New Approach, this new legislation will help to deliver on the good jobs objective in my own economic plan. Payment of the real living wage is a key element of a good job. While the minimum wage setting powers have not been devolved at this stage, I recently announced my department's support for a full-time living wage franchise here to encourage the uptake of the real living wage. My department will provide £125,000 per year to advise NI to carry out this important work.
Owen Tennyson for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, will that legislation include provision to expand basic rights on day one of employment, such as, for example, the right to parental leave?
Minister.
Yes, as I say, I hope next week to be able to announce a consultation to the full range of issues that will be in the Good Jobs Bill. My intention is to come to the Chamber next week to do that. That will include a range of matters. That's a consultation document to go out. Of course, people can respond, and if they think there are other areas that should be covered in it or aren't, feel free to make that contribution to it, or indeed to offer any observations or insights on some of the issues that are raised. So it's a fairly comprehensive piece of legislation that will come from that, so it's a significant consultation document. I look forward to be able to launch that next week and have the feedback to that over the course of the summer.
Durkin for supplementary.
Yes, would the Minister agree that exploitative zero-hour contracts should be banned as part of this employment bill? And I do know he is going out for consultation, and I look forward to that, but could he indicate at this stage if he thinks the legislation should include such a ban?
Minister.
Well, I've already said on a number of occasions that it will and it should include such a ban. I think exploitative situations for all workers should be tackled wherever we can. This, as I said in response to a previous question, if there's one thing we can do here, it's about tackling inequalities and injustices, and we should set our minds to that. So it is my intention to do that. I'll go out to consultation, obviously, and see what the return is, but I'd be very surprised if there isn't a strong measure of support for that.
Call Jerry Kelly. Minister.
Employee ownership has the potential to increase productivity and create fairer workplaces. However, currently the North has only a limited number of employee ownership businesses, and I would like to see that increase. I have directed my department to undertake research on employee ownership, and this will include an examination of the advantages or disadvantages of employee ownership as a business model, a consideration of case studies of businesses that have become employee-owned businesses, and a look at the potential for the growth of employee-owned businesses. This research will be published in the latter part of the summer this year. Invest and I are also already working with the business sector, including the social economy sector, to promote employee ownership for businesses with succession planning.
Jerry Kelly for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer up till now. And he was talking about, and could he expand perhaps a little on the benefits of employee-owned businesses to employees and employers?
Well, this is, if you like, an approach to business succession which isn't very well illuminated here. It's not very well known. That is growing. I attended a conference a week or two ago, which was the third in a series of conferences over 3 days in Newry and Cookstown, I think, and then in Belfast, which is very significant interest in this model. So the benefits subject to qualifying conditions. There can be a significant tax incentive to encourage business to adopt employee ownership model with an exemption from capital gains tax on the sales of shares, on the sale of shares to employee ownership trust. Owners have a viable succession plan option, one which keeps the business embedded in the community. For many owners, safeguarding the future of the business and its employees is an important objective, and selling to your workforce does not mean severing ties with the business. For employers, having employees engaged directly with the business not only improves general working conditions, but analysis by WPI Economics estimates that employee-owned businesses are around 8 to 12% more productive and 25% more likely to see increased profits than those that are not employee-owned.
I call Les Kimmins. Question 4, please. Sorry. Minister.
It is frustrating that the future of RHI is still undecided. It is a problem I inherited and a problem that should have been dealt with long ago. A permanent solution, as raised at last year's Court of Appeal judgment, is necessary for all legitimate participants on the scheme and for the taxpayer. Delay risks further litigation, and the urgent need to close the scheme is underlined by Ofgem withdrawing their administrative services by April 2026 at the latest. I first circulated an executive paper on the 4th of April this year. It seeks to uplift tariffs and confirm the Executive's intention to close the scheme. This confirmation is needed if my officials are to develop a detailed proposal for closure and to negotiate with Treasury on using the funding available for another scheme. It is frustrating that the Executive has not been allowed to make a decision on the future of RHI.
Call Les Kimmins for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, can you answer me then, is the delay in allowing the Executive to make a decision, therefore delaying the tariff uplift for RHI?
Yes, the delay in taking a decision delays everything. It also acts to frustrate the view of the Court of Appeal, was that this thing should move on at pace, that people should get certainty in relation to tariffs, and the Executive should give some certainty in relation to the future of the scheme. So not to be able to have this discussed and debated in Executive is extremely frustrating. I've tried on a number of occasions now, and I intend to bring this matter back to the next available Executive, and I hope that is sooner rather than later.
Steve Aiken for supplementary.
Minister, for his answers so far. Minister, obviously you've been doing a lot more detailed work on closure of the RHI scheme. Could you indicate to this Assembly what the quantum of funds is likely to be that is going to be required to give the sufficient funds for closure?
Minister.
In order to get to the part where you're calculating that and entering into a discussion as to what might be an acceptable outcome in terms of tariffs, in terms of the funding that might be available to us from Treasury, we have to get to the first base, if you like, which is an Executive have to take a decision and signal an intent. And that's what I've been bringing to the Executive now for a number of weeks, and unable to get a decision, able to even get a discussion in relation to that. So we need that decision to be taken. Then on the back of that, we will go off and do the calculations, and I will bring a further paper to the Executive to outline the costs, the possibilities of funding to support that, and allow the Executive then to take a fuller decision in relation to closure.
Call Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker.
Tourism NI has provided significant financial support to the Stendhal Festival in recent years, amounting to £58,000 for the last 5 years during which the festival has taken place. Data in relation to the performance of events supported under National Tourism Event Sponsorship Scheme is provided by event organisers as part of their post-event evaluation. Data on the performance of the event since its inception is not available, as funding has not been provided for every year of the event since its inception. However, I have no doubt that music events like the Stendhal Festival encourage visitors to explore more of the North by providing authentic and positive cultural experiences within dramatic landscapes.
Al Robinson for supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. Will your department, along with Tourism NI, continue to identify ways to be able to support locally grown events such as Stendhal?
As I say, the big challenge with supporting any events, and you'd like to be in the position to support them all, is the finances available. So that means you get down to decision making, and you need evidence in place to support that. You need amount of money available to be able to spread. And that it means that events such as that festival and other events end up competing with each other for limited funds, and that can mean that some gain in that scenario and some lose out. But I have no doubt that these festivals are very good events. They do attract visitors. I'm aware of people from my own locality who go to that particular musical event, and that they do bring business and tourism into the area and therefore support the local economy in that part of the Northwest. So I would like to be in a position, and I'm sure Tourism NI would like to be in a position to support all of these. The question, of course, is the amount of funds they have available to them and how they try and disperse that across the many competing demands.
Colcara Hunter.
Speaker, Minister, we have some of the lowest funding for the arts across these islands. Does the Minister share my concern that this could be detrimental for music acts like at Stendhal Festival and put young people off going into this career choice? And also, will he consider attending the Stendhal Festival in the upcoming weeks?
Minister, answer whichever question you want there. You got two.
I'm a bit like yourself, Lasconcourt are getting too old for these musical events. There's too many people at them. But I do agree, it is a very unfortunate thing that when budgets become very, very tightly squeezed, often the first thing to suffer is the arts. And it's not just that the arts are necessary for the enrichment of all our lives, they obviously are an economic generator in terms of events in a lot of areas. So it is a challenge. It's obviously not my area in terms of funding, but if we were, hopefully the executive can succeed with the new government coming in to try and secure sufficient funding, I would hope to see the arts getting an uplift the same as all other vital public services.
Delargy for a supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your answer so far. Can you provide me with some more detail as to what your department does to promote music and arts events across the board?
Minister.
Well, Tourism NI is responsible for the administration of tourism events funding within the department. Since 2019, Tourism NI has provided over £1.6 million of financial support to events and festivals that promote the arts, such as theatre, arts and music. Tourism NI has also supported the event and festival organisers with skills development and capacity building through one-to-one mentoring and masterclasses on topics such as delivering environmentally sustainable events and developing commercial opportunities.
I call David Honeyford for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I definitely don't think you're too old to be going to a live event there. That was it's terrible. But given how important live events are to our tourism industry, will the new tourism action plan that's currently been developed, will that outline how the department will strategically promote our own homegrown events?
Yes, well, not only we're developing the action plan, we're putting together a group which is a mixture of people from across the industry to try and advise. It's in the spirit of co-design. Now, with that, we have very limited funds to give out, which is unfortunate, and I hope that situation improves. But what we want to do is try and direct support where the benefit is most. And undoubtedly events, and I mean, I know many events that are largely created through voluntary work from people who in the ground who provide a huge amount of their time on a voluntary basis to promote their own areas. And I think wherever it's possible we need to support, not just with financial assistance, but as I say, there are supports available to ensure people get better skilled at running festivals and events. These are enormously beneficial, not just in terms of community cohesion, but also in attracting visitors and attracting people to particular local areas. And we will continue to give them all the support we can within the limits in terms of the budgets that we have available to us.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Please.
Minister.
The Department recognises the importance of a thriving nighttime economy in ensuring our towns and cities are an attractive place to live, work, invest and visit. My Department is currently exploring how it can best support the nighttime economy. Engaging with the relevant stakeholders such as the newly appointed Night Czar, Michael Stewart in Belfast, will be an integral part of this process, and my Department has contacted Michael to arrange a meeting.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I'm pleased to hear that you're going to be meeting with Michael Stewart shortly. I think it was a wonderful appointment and I think he's going to do a great job. As a representative of South Belfast, I really see such an overlap between a thriving nighttime economy and a really satisfied student population, and obviously they're both under your remit, and I would really encourage you to embrace this new appointment and see what you can do for the benefit of Belfast City and beyond. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I think the appointment of a person such as this is very useful because these aren't the single responsibility of any department, and someone who can draw that together I think would be very useful indeed. The student accommodation situation in Belfast is developing very rapidly, and you can see that right throughout the city centre, where that might herald a move from some of the more densely packed areas in South Belfast where students had congregated into kind of a different living environment in the city centre. It seems to be a very significant trend there. But of course we need to continue to work with the universities to make sure that where students are enjoying nightlife, that it isn't impacting on people, residents who live in the various parts of South Belfast, and that we have as safe as possible and conducive to enjoyment as possible atmosphere for nightlife. We have a very great offering in Belfast, as I'm sure you're aware, like myself, you read about it rather than experience it, but a very great offering of nightlife. Now, we want people to be able to enjoy that, but to do so in a very safe fashion, and that means ensuring that the universities play their role in assisting students to enjoy that in a safe way as well.
Call Deborah Ashkin for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Key to the nighttime economy is actually having proper infrastructure in place, such as taxis and public transport. I know that the Night Star has raised the lack of taxi provision, in particularly around the town centre. These are workers, and they're concerned about the VAT consultation that's going at the minute in terms of Treasury's plans. So I'm wondering, there seems to be a nonchalant view of this from the department. Is the Minister himself working with DFI in relation to these VAT plans, and is he working with the taxi industry, because we cannot afford to have less taxi drivers within the system?
Well, I agree with your the point that you've outlined in relation to safe night out environment means safe way of getting home. That's particularly the case for women getting home from nighttime night entertainment and our night economy. So that's critical importance. I'm very happy to, as I say, the appointment of a person to try and draw these strands together can be helpful, because it cuts across many departments, and the taxi industry obviously is a responsibility of DFI, and I agree with you. We don't want to see less taxis. We want to see more taxis providing that support for people who are out enjoying our local economies in all our towns and cities. The VAT issue would be one for the Department of Finance. When I was Finance Minister, we did raise VAT issues on a number of occasions with Treasury, not with much success, mind you, but if there's a new government, there might be a different approach in relation to that, and I'm sure the Finance Minister will raise those among a range of issues that the Executive want to raise with Treasury. But I'm very happy to offer support and collaboration with other ministers in ensuring that we have the best nighttime economy possible.
Matthew O'Toole for a supplement.
Deputy Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, specifically in relation to Belfast, and I welcome Michael Stewart's appointment right in the middle of our key hospitality district, not just for Belfast but for the entire region. In the Cathedral Quarter, there is a huge stretch of dereliction which has been facilitated by default or by design over the last couple of decades. I asked the First Minister in the previous session, will he work with others in the Executive to deal with that issue, to find a way of recovering that part of Belfast, known as the Tribeca Quarter, away from dereliction, should Belfast City Council not be able to progress that?
Minister.
Well, I noticed you commenting on that during the week. I was surprised you hadn't mentioned that you had the Infrastructure Minister in the last Executive that we had, when you were criticising people over the years for not taking any action. Of course, we want to see dereliction. Well, it's one thing to pass the buck on to everybody else, another thing to look in on yourself and the performance of your own party in the Executive on these matters. You've been in every Executive, apart from this one, I think, since the inception of the Good Friday Agreement, but yet you find a way to criticise every other party for their performance. And nonetheless, that aside, in going forward in a positive and constructive opposition perspective, I would certainly agree to work with other ministers. There are issues of dereliction across all of our towns, including Belfast. Some of those are in relation to things like cost of living, cost of doing businesses, where businesses are struggling. That means issues like rates, as well as other things. And the Department of Finance run a scheme whereby they're trying to encourage people back into unused premises. But that is in the context of a very limited budget, and 10% of the Executive's income come from rates. And so if we were to forgo more of that, then we forgo more money for other public services, which I'm sure he and others in the constructive opposition would criticise us for not spending money on. So it is a vicious sort of circle in relation to this, but we all have a responsibility to play our part, and I'm very glad to join my Executive colleagues, as I have been in all of the Executives I've sat in, including with some of your own colleagues.
Nicola Brogan for supplement.
Will the Tourism Partnership Board include hospitality representatives, and will the Tourism Action Plan include actions that will help the hospitality sector?
Yes, it will. I think if we want to make sure that the tourism strategy which the department has produced has not currently concluded on is as effective as it can be, then that principle which I've always argued for of co-design in that needs people from that sector in there making their arguments, and that's the approach I've taken to various areas of responsibility across the department, to make sure that we have input from people in the various industries that we're trying to work with and provide policies for. That's the way we get the most effective policy. That's the way we get the most buy-in for that policy across the various sectors we're dealing with. So I had that opportunity, and I've had many opportunities since I came into office to talk to people from the tourism and hospitality sector. I did a tourism North-South Ministerial Council meeting this morning, and we were talking about the bigger issue of branding and other matters with the tourism department in the south. But yes, of course, they will be in it. We want to make sure that the tourism policy actually is as effective as it can be, and in doing that, we work as closely with the industry that will affect as much as we can.
I call Connie Egan.
Question number 7, please.
Minister.
I intend to bring forward an employment rights bill within the current mandate to ensure that our employment law framework operates effectively for employees and businesses. I am aware that there have been calls for the leave to be a paid right, which go beyond the provisions of Britain and the south of Ireland and indeed the EU. The cost of providing paid carers leave would be considerable and would have to be fully funded by the Executive. In addition to the cost of providing paid carers leave, there are other possible implications, such as the availability of funding for any HMRC system changes that would be required. These changes would require considerable set-up costs, and the ongoing annual costs would be substantial. Carers leave is one of the issues within an employment rights bill that I intend to consult on, and any policy proposals for new legislation will be informed by the outcome of the consultation process. These in turn will also need the necessary approvals from the Executive and the Assembly.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Carers play an invaluable role to our communities, but also our economy. Can I ask, have you engaged as Minister with any carers in regards to propositions for paid carers leave legislation?
Well, we have obviously been out consulting in relation to, the officials have been out consulting in relation to what's gone into the bill, and I agree with you in terms of the contribution that carers make. What I am outlining is that if it sometimes seems to be a ready response to say, well, they should be paid for all leave, that will arise a whole series of considerably bigger questions for us, and it's just to make sure that people are aware when we do go out to consultation that these are the issues that we face in terms of dealing with that, so that we go into this with eyes wide open. If we were to go down that road, and I'm not arguing against it or for it, I'm open in terms of the consultation, then that would be the consequences, and we need to make sure that we're ready for that, and the Assembly and the Executive would have to decide in relation to that. But I would encourage the member to respond to the consultation that's out, and I'm very happy, as I said, to hear from carers. I know officials have been working through all sectors that would be impacted on by the prospect of legislation.
Linda Dillon for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you outline what, if anything, your department is currently doing to support unpaid carers either back into the workplace or to remain in the workplace so that they can have the opportunity to continue with their own opportunities in life?
Minister.
The issue of carers leave and the barriers performing this important role may present for those with caring responsibilities, and women in particular, from entering or remaining within the workforce is a complex issue which stretches far beyond the policy remit of my own department. However, we have and we do play an important role. My department currently has several programmes available to all qualifying members of the public who wish to retrain. Each of these programmes and details on careers information may be found on NI Direct. The existing right to request flexible working also offers carers the opportunity to request working arrangements which allows them to balance their caring responsibilities with work. However, more can and should be done. I've been working with the Labour Relations Agency and other stakeholders to encourage employers to accommodate flexible working, and my proposed bill also presents a potential opportunity for strengthening this right.
Thank you, Minister. Claire Sugden is not in her place. I call Mr. Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Higher level apprenticeships are demand-led, with employers creating opportunities in line with business needs. HLA is our success story, growing significantly since it started in 2017, exceeding original forecasts. Year on year, we've seen an expansion in the range of HLAs being offered across our economy. This growth enables more employers to use apprenticeships to attract new talent, as well as providing existing employees a route to gain new skills where they are moving to a new job role. More recent statistics show that 65 higher-level apprentices had a home address in North Down. HLAs are delivered by all 6 further education colleges, CAFRE and the 3 local universities, offering access right across the north.
Stephen Dunn for a supplementary.
Thank you. and thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister outline if he has any plans to work with your executive colleagues to facilitate more apprenticeships within executive departments? For example, within the Department for Infrastructure, it is currently experiencing significant recruitment challenges, which is ultimately having an adverse impact on frontline services.
Minister.
Yeah, I think public sector apprenticeships are very important, and I will be encouraging all of the departments here to step up to the plate in that regard. I know it's a challenge in terms of managing all of that and managing budgets, but these are important routes for younger people and for people who are already in employment to either access that or to upskill while employment. So they are, as I said in my outline, my initial answer, proven to be more and more popular as the years go on. They have been a success story. I think we need to make sure that the public sector is pulling its weight in that regard, and that departments where they can get involved in this do, and where they can improve the numbers that they do so as well. And I'll be encouraging other ministers to do that.
Minister, what has been done within the Department of Economy in order to promote apprenticeships?
I can get the answer very quickly. The annual Northern Ireland Apprenticeship Week showcases how apprenticeships can transform the future of apprentices and businesses, helping them to release their potential. In addition, a twice-yearly apprenticeship advertising campaign reinforces the benefits of an apprentice to the individual and the employer.
So that ends the period for listed questions, and we're now going to move on to topical questions, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you. Minister, the budget allocated 4.1 million for the expansion of McGee. Can you tell us exactly, precisely, how many student places will be created this September as a result of this investment?
Minister.
Well, we have, as I said, that's part of an overall ambition to raise the university population in McGee to 10,000 students. That was a NDNA commitment. It falls to my department to try and deliver that, and we obviously are trying to incrementally increase the number that are there, in line with discussions with both the university itself and also the McGee Task Force. I can't give you an exact figure in relation to how many people will be enrolled in this September, because some of that will require people to be applying and coming into courses, but I am happy to get that answer and give it to you in due course.
Sinead McLaughlin for a supplementary.
Minister, I've been asking the answer to this question for some time now, because obviously preparations must be well underway if potentially 500 new students could be coming in based on those figures there. So have you any idea, are these going to be additional places above Mazen, and are they going to be existing courses being expanded, or is it additional courses? It's really important so that we can plan for our economy going forward, and we just would like to know, I mean, we're going into July next week.
Minister, answer.
Okay.
It's not a statement, it's a question.
Minister. Well, firstly, we will consider Mazen in relation to McGee, and we have been doing that. Secondly, it will be for the university to decide the range of courses and the number of places that they've in. What we have to do is to provide the support and encouragement, and we have been doing that through the task force to make sure not only are the places available and the staff available to take additional students, but that the entire if you like, remit of the city and the North West region generally is brought together in one purpose to support that which is seen to be the central economic catalyst for growth in the North West. So the full weight of my endeavours as a minister is behind all of that, and we will try and ensure that the university and indeed the city deliver in that regard.
Dan Dodds.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I am aware that you met with my party colleague Gavin Robinson in relation to Spirit Air Systems. Perhaps you could inform the House what specific representation you have made to the company to try and keep the Belfast operation intact and save jobs.
Minister.
Well, you're correct. I met with the MP for the area, or the outgoing MP. I'm not sure what the status is just at this current time, but I did meet with him. We are concerned, and those concerns have been represented to us by people who work in the company in relation to the future of it and the potential of what may happen if the company is bought over and who it's bought over by, and what it may do to the jobs that are currently available here. So I went and met down to Spirit and met with the company management. I also met with trade union people as well, and we discussed these issues out. We agreed that there would be a point in which some representations would be necessary. There are some reports this morning, I think, that we're moving close to that point, and I've undertaken to Gavin Robinson when I spoke to him, and other members here have raised this issue at various times during question time as well. I've undertaken that we will play our full role, and Invest NI will play its full role in trying to support the outcome of keeping the jobs here, of keeping as much of the business here as can be possible, of using our influence with the British government to make sure when they're talking to some of the companies that may be involved, that they understand the importance of the jobs and the continuation of the development here. So we will absolutely be fully on board for doing all of that, and we have dialogue with them. We will have ongoing dialogue. We're keeping a very close watch and brief in relation to this, and we have committed to intervene if and when that necessary point arrives.
Diane Dodds for a supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for that. I think it is really, really important. There is a very large ecosystem of companies across Northern Ireland and in my constituency of Upper Bann that supply to the bigger companies like Spirit. Have you had contact with those companies, and do you recognise the importance that this very large employer has for their survival as well?
Minister.
Well, we do recognise that ecosystem, as you say, around it. Of course, we're trying to help all manufacturing businesses or supply chain businesses as well to keep them growing, keep them not only supplying local companies and companies that are working here, but increase their potential for exports elsewhere, which actually gives them more sustainability and more depth in terms of the business themselves. We haven't engaged them specifically on this because this is very much a decision in and around Spirit, Airbus and the other companies, Boeing and the other companies that might be interested in this. And what our primary objective in this is to protect the jobs there, protect the production there, and that in turn then gives a degree of certainty to the supply chain companies as well. And I'm hoping that we will be successful in that regard. But as I said in the initial answer, we're very committed to doing all that we can to make sure that we retain those jobs and all of that production here.
Peter McReynolds.
Can the Minister provide any update on the proposed closure of the Belfast Metropolitan College Castlereagh East campus?
Minister.
Well, that is a matter for Belfast Met. I say we're being kept abreast of decisions in and around the operations of campus are a matter for the college itself. They're not a matter, the department doesn't take those decisions. Those decisions are taken by the college management themselves. So it has been brought to my attention by a number of representatives, including when I had the dialogue with the MP for the area in relation to the Spirit. We also discussed that issue, and a number of other representatives here have raised that. But it is a matter for them. It is a matter that we are keeping an eye on. We want to make sure that our colleges grow, that they continue to have the capacity to offer as much places as they have to students, that we continue to grow the number of students in our further education colleges. So I don't want to see any action taken which jeopardises that ability to do that. But the kind of operational decisions in relation to how campuses are managed are a matter for the colleges themselves.
Peter McReynolds for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response. He'll be aware that the consultation closed in February and we're now in June. Can you assure me, Minister, that you and your departmental officials are doing everything that you can to ensure that this important educational facility remains open, but also that it is supported to deliver upon the aims of the 10X strategy? Summer is nearly here, and staff and teachers and pupils are students are contacting me about this as well.
Well, we recognise very clearly the importance. One of the biggest challenges we have in terms of growing the economy, which is an executive priority, is skills and availability of people to have the skills necessary to go into the workforce. And colleges are critical in relation to all of that. So I've had conversations with the college heads collectively on a number of occasions now, and we've been encouraged them to make sure that they collaborate together, that they operate to full capacity. We've been trying to provide as much support as is possible under the current budget rearrangements into the college sector, but they are the biggest sector that receives support from the Department of Economy, and we will continue to do that. I don't get involved in those individual decisions in relation to that, but in the overall terms, I want to see them ensure that they have the facilities, they have the staff, and they have the ability to provide as much places for students as possible, and we continue to grow numbers in the FE sector.
Kate Nicholl for a question.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update in the review of higher education funding, specifically in relation to student financing?
Minister.
Well, it's another matter which, the overarching picture is one of financial challenge. Had we more money available to us, we would certainly have more students, more support for more students. We have an ability to increase that kind of emergency support for students in year, which we had already done this year to add support. But in terms of the overall package. We're trying to work through the implications of the budget we have just received and to try and stretch that and allocate it as far as we can. The number of students going into courses, and that's the debate we'll come back to on the other side of questions, but the number of students going in and being able to go to colleges and other education and training facilities here is hugely important to growing our own local economy. So we are trying to provide support to students and provide support to the institutions to take more students, but that is a big challenge where you have a budget which is essentially the same as last year, which in effect means a reduction.
Kate Nicholl for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his response and appreciate the constraints of the budget. Can I ask then, in terms of the work that's being done, if there is an intention to address the inequalities which exist for distance and part-time learners?
Well, we constantly talk to the universities and indeed to the colleges as well about ensuring the accessibility for everyone that needs to see. We have a high level of economic inactivity, and some of that is people who haven't been in the education system or haven't gone through it fully or fallen out of it for one reason or another. A lot of it is about people trying to come back in to that system. So they have to have, just as people coming back into employment have to have the ability to access that on their terms that are suitable or appeal to them at that particular time in their lives. So we want to ensure that the colleges and the universities are making sure that courses they run are accessible to people. We have an objective to try and get more people from that economically inactive sector back into training, education and employment, and we are working obviously closely with the universities and the colleges to make sure that we're on the same script in that regard and make sure that accessibility is a key factor for them.
Coles Cummins.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on the flood payments, just which are affecting my own constituency in particular?
Minister.
The schemes, as the member will know, are being administered by the district councils. Enhanced flood scheme would provide support of up to £100,000 to businesses who are directly flooded, and the flood hardship payment of £5,000 to occupants who are not eligible for other supports. But the flood hardship payment of £2,500 to small and medium enterprises who were not directly flooded but were unable to access their premises and able to trade. The majority of the payments, around £200,000, have been issued of hardship payments, bar a few relating to incomplete information. To date, the councils have issued letters of offer to 39 enhanced scheme applicants. Approximately £2.2 million of funding has been provided to councils to enable these payments to be made. Councils have made payments of just under £1 million to businesses. The delay in making payments is due to information not being submitted by businesses, for example, proof of payment for works incurred. For those businesses who have not made payments for work incurred or work planned, due to, for example, cash flow purposes, the Department has agreed that councils can make advance payments, and the councils are meeting with the loss adjusters on a weekly basis to ensure that no bottlenecks holding up any claims with them, and the council staff had made themselves available on the ground in both Newry and Downpatrick to assist businesses with submitting the required information to progress their claims.
Liz Cummins for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I want to particularly thank his officials for the work that they have done in helping us with businesses locally who have had unique circumstances. Can I ask the Minister then if there is any unspent money within the funds that were allocated to flood support? Will it be used for the original purpose of helping those businesses that have been affected by flooding?
Well, the primary objective is to try and make sure that businesses who need support get that level of support now, and if some of that is due to a lack of information provided, trying to work with them to make sure they can get that in and they can get the access to the schemes that we've already decided. If it turns out at the end that there's some of that £10 million unspent, then we will look at ways to try and use that to try and continue to support businesses in those areas affected.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware that hospitality businesses are under considerable strain at the minute due to a perfect storm of rates, energy prices and skills. Indeed, I can think of Clenahans and Ahalee in my own constituency, Lagan Valley, that had to close their doors, an otherwise viable business. What is the Minister doing to address this?
Well, we're supporting them in a range of ways. Obviously, we're trying to continue to provide support to Tourism NI for promoting more visitors coming to areas and therefore availing of hospitality. We recognise that skills and getting employees is one of the biggest challenges. There is a view of hospitality which I think is changing. We had a presentation this morning actually at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting in relation to the view that's changing, that where hospitality was seen as a job for part-time students but not a career, that is actually changing. There is a scheme to promote good employee conditions within hospitality to ensure that more people both join and more people stay in it and consider it to be a career. So we have to provide appropriate courses to work with hospitality to make sure the courses that are required to get people in there, to give them the right skills, are appropriate to the needs of the hospitality industry, and we're talking to them in relation to that, but also through the tourism agencies to promote the idea of working in hospitality as something which is a career choice rather than just something people go in for part-time while they consider moving on to what they intend to be their career. The challenge, of course, is around issues like cost of living, cost of energy, cost of doing business are significant challenges for hospitality. We recognise that, and of course we will continue the argument for more financial support for the Executive, for the incoming government, to try and ensure that we have more money to spread around all businesses.
Saoirse, first supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response, and in terms of the issue around rates, what representations has the Minister had with his colleague, the Finance Minister, in regard to this?
Minister, you have less than a minute.
Okay, well, I know the situation from my time in finance, and I can say, if I was standing with that hat on, I would say we did reduce business rates by 18% just coming into COVID. They were there and had that rates holiday for about 2.5 years. You have to remember that rates does contribute about 10% of the income that the Executive has. So if we forgo more rates, then that's the balance between allowing more businesses have to pay less bills and having less money available for public services. So that is a delicate balance to strike, and I'm sure the Finance Minister will consider that among all of the options that she has.
Okay, thank you, Minister. In perfect time, so time's up. But members just mind taking their ease. Do a change the top table.
Members, we now return to the debate on the order paper on retaining and inspiring young talent, and I call the Minister for the Economy, Conor Murphy, who will have up to 15 minutes. Minister.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion and thank the members for bringing the issue to the floor for discussion. To start with, I think it's important to be clear that although many students from the North do study elsewhere, the data shows that we perform better than many comparator regions at retaining our talent. For instance, around 75% of local students stay here to study at our universities, which is a higher proportion than for Wales or any English region. Additionally, about half of our students who study in Britain return home to work within 15 months of graduating, and this again is a higher proportion than for Wales, Scotland and most English regions. Only London and the northwest of England perform better in this regard. Nevertheless, we must do more to retain our talent here, and this will help us achieve the new decade commitment of 10,000 student places at Ulster University's Magee campus in Derry. Reaching 10,000 students will require an increase of at least 4,500 students at Magee over the coming years. It will mean delivering new undergraduate and postgraduate places. It will require work to promote Magee as a destination campus, enabling an increase in the number of students retained in the area, while also attracting more people from elsewhere in these islands and from further afield to live, study and work in the Derry area. The expansion of the Magee campus is key to promoting regional balance in line with my economic plans, and it will assist in efforts towards increasing productivity and creating good jobs. A larger pool of talented and skilled graduates emerging from Magee will attract firms to the North West and fuel innovative start-ups in the area, contributing to increased business success and prosperity and improving the prospects for economic development in Derry and the surrounding region. To help deliver this commitment, I established an independent task force under the leadership of Stephen Kelly and Nicholas Skelly. The task force will publish its agreed action plan before the end of this year. The task force will then remain in place for the remainder of the mandate to monitor implementation. The funding required to implement the recommendations will be prioritised as part of future year budgets. And while there is a particular focus on the expansion at Magee, I will be working with all of our higher education institutions to ensure we provide as many opportunities as possible for people to study here. There are several hundred reluctant leavers annually who do not stay in the North, even though they have applied to an institution here as a first preference. We do need to make sure that those individuals can stay here, not only by making sure there are sufficient places, but also by ensuring that the right opportunities are available. But we also know that there are now and always will be determined leavers who simply do not apply for a university place here and actively choose to leave this region for a variety of reasons. That might be from a desire for new experiences in a new environment, or the opportunity to pursue a very particular course offering or attend a particular institution. There is a third group of students who leave but whose motivations are harder to capture and who may be persuadable. In respect of this group, we have much more work to do to address perceptions about a lack of good job opportunities or future quality of life here. We need to take action to change that mindset and show the value of staying here for a third level education and future career. As members will be aware, I want to increase the proportion of working age people in good jobs, promote regional balance, raise productivity and reduce carbon emissions. Delivering these objectives will help create a thriving economy that works for everyone, which will make the North a more attractive place to live and work, thereby helping to retain our best and brightest. Creating opportunities for graduates will not only help retain more of our local students, but also help attract students from elsewhere, including the South. As members will be aware, it's a priority for me to improve student mobility across Ireland. Prior to his becoming Taoiseach, I had a positive discussion with Simon Harris TD in his then capacity as the responsible minister on the steps we can take together to reduce barriers across the island. I have recently reached out to my counterpart, Minister Patrick O'Donovan TD, with a view to continuing that dialogue. I intend to explore, as part of that engagement, ways in which we can remove barriers to cross-border study. Progress to reduce barriers to North-South student mobility and enhance cooperation in higher and further education across Ireland is being made through initiatives in both jurisdictions. For example, from next year, postgraduates from the North studying in the South will be able to access tuition fee loan. The Irish Government has been proactive in providing funding for the expansion of Magee and also has improved cross-border mobility by reviewing A-level grade equivalences. There is much more to be done, but I am encouraged by the engagement to date and I intend to build on that going forward. We should also recognise that there are alternative pathways to university which will be the best route for many of our young people to follow. I think this was mentioned by, in particular, Tom Elliott and a number of other speakers in the debate. I think it is a gap in terms of the motion that hasn't focused on this. And in that regard, the Department are doing a piece of work with the Department for Education to ensure that as forms careers advice, that we ensure that not only children but parents are aware of the variety of pathways that are available to people into higher level apprenticeships, as well as higher education and further education provision. And clearly there's an awareness required there, and perhaps the wording of the motion reinforces that. We could start a pilot scheme in the chamber here to make sure that people are aware of the full gambit of pathways available to people. So I think if we're going to look at that issue in a strategic manner, then the conversation needs to be broader than simply increasing university places. We need to make it clear to young people that their skills can be developed both through our local universities and through alternative pathways. I would encourage anyone considering undertaking a higher education course, either at home or in any other jurisdiction, to explore the opportunity to study here at any of our further education colleges. The colleges, in addition to further education courses, offer a wide range of high-quality higher education courses. As well as this, my department's higher level apprenticeship programme offers an alternative route to the kind of qualifications at levels 4 to 7 that traditionally have only been available to study at a higher education institution. Higher level apprentices are employed and attend college or university, usually on a day release basis. There are over 70 separate qualifications now offered as HLAs by the 6 regional further education colleges, the College of Agriculture and the local universities in a wide range of sectors including engineering and manufacturing technologies, computing finance, hospitality and health and social care. Just turning to some of the other points that were mentioned, aside from the issue of apprenticeships and the higher level apprenticeships option for people, the chair of the committee raised the issue of MASN, and he is aware, as I'm sure he has received not only from myself but from officials at the committee, that we are committed to working with the higher and further education sectors to grow student numbers in a sustainable manner. As the NDNA document which committed us to expand the McGee campus recognised, significant expansion of higher education here is likely to require changes to MASN, but of course those are all budget related, as he's also aware, and while we want to work with the universities, and we will, and we have a dialogue with them and with the colleges to try and grow student numbers there, it has to be done in a way which we can sustain ourselves in terms of our own finances available to us, and I can assure we will continue to work with those education institutions in the time ahead to try and ensure that is the case. Last Concordia, I want to assure members that we will work with, as I said, both HE and FE sectors, colleagues in the South and others to ensure that everyone who wants can stay here to study, to build a prosperous and a fulfilling future, making a valued contribution to a healthy and thriving economy that benefits everyone in our society. I do concur with the desire expressed in the motion to see that people who want to stay here, whose first option is to stay here to study, are able to do so. That, of course, presents a number of challenges, not least financially, but we will continue to work with the institutions to try and develop the best possible options for all of our young people and those returning to studies into the future.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call on Philip Brett to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all contributors to the debate so far. Both Ms McLaughlin and Mr Delargley once again spoke articulately and passionately about their home city and the pressures in which young people face in terms of trying to secure a future there. Ms McLaughlin accused my party and my amendment of being irresponsible and unnecessary, whilst at the same time continuing to say how terrible Northern Ireland was, how there was no opportunity or no hope. That's what's irresponsible, Mr Deputy Speaker, taking every opportunity you can to speak down about Northern Ireland, undermining the great things that we as a society have to offer. And sometimes as political leaders it's our role and our duty to instil hope in the next generation, and by consistently saying that there is nothing to offer here or talking down your home city, sometimes you predict your own downfall. Turning to Mr Honeyford's contributions, I think he summed up the SDLP motion as one of negativity, one of sound bites with no substance, but he spoke articulately about the importance of apprenticeships, and I know it's something that he and his colleagues continue to raise at our committee. And it's something that we as a House need to value, the vital role that apprenticeships have to play, the vital role that our FE sector has to play. And that comes on to the points that were alluded to by the member for Fermanagh South Tyrone, Mr Elliott, who said that each region and each constituency has its own unique needs and aspirations. He spoke of the need to continue to invest in the tourism, hospitality and indeed in the trade sector within Fermanagh. And like him, have struggled in the past to get much needed workers to carry out important skilled labour within households. Ms Mulholland, who is not here, said one of the biggest barriers to people returning back to Northern Ireland was political instability and the nature of the political institutions here in Northern Ireland, though she didn't quite get to articulate whether the reform of how we appoint our Justice Minister here in Northern Ireland was something that kept people away from returning to Northern Ireland, but perhaps at an election the Alliance only want to highlight their view on political reform here in Northern Ireland. The Leader of the Opposition, who is no longer in his place, spoke eloquently of having Queen's University within his constituency and spoke of his experience of having to leave these shores for the glitz and glamour of working for Her Majesty's government. And I'm sure, like him, all members in this House are relieved he decided to come back and offer political service here to the people of Northern Ireland. Where would this House be without the Leader of the Opposition? The Minister eloquently articulated the Executive's combined and clear desire to see a growth in student numbers at McGee, something which we as a party are very happy to support, just as we're happy to support the growth of student numbers across all our higher and further education sector. But as the Minister rightly outlined, there is a clear gap within this motion that on occasions we do want to afford our people here in Northern Ireland hope that 75% of those students who decide to go into higher education do stay here in Northern Ireland, and that is an envy of other parts of these islands. So on occasions, Mr Deputy Speaker, we do need to speak of the strengths of what we have to offer. He also spoke of the persuadables, our favourite type of people during elections, but we do need to offer people that opportunity, that they do have the ability to study here in Northern Ireland, that they can study in other parts of the United Kingdom, or they can study in the Republic of Ireland. It's an important opportunity for our young people to have those choices. I did try to study at university in the Republic of Ireland, Mr Deputy Speaker, but Trinity College made the wise decision to refuse my application, and instead Queen's University had the misfortune of having me there. But I think there's a clear agreement from all speakers in this House that we want the best future for all of our young people, regardless of our constitutional aspirations. That means widening participation, that means investing in skills, but more importantly for me, Mr Deputy Speaker, that means giving hope. As political leaders, what we have to say is that Northern Ireland is open to everyone, that Northern Ireland is a place to work, study and raise a family, and that as a House we send a clear message that we want people from whatever walk of life to study here, to raise a family here and to make Northern Ireland work. And with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask that members support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Brett. I now call on Carol Hunter to wind on the debate and the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all members for their contributions here today. Today we gather to discuss a matter of significant concern that strikes at the heart of our future here, the exodus of our young people seeking higher education and opportunities elsewhere. And while we acknowledge the immense educational and professional development benefits that come with studying away from home, we must confront the unfortunate reality that, as mentioned here today, some of our best and brightest minds continue to seek opportunities on brighter shores and feel forced to leave Northern Ireland not by choice but often by necessity. This trend, as we referred to today, is called the brain drain. It sees the equivalent of a large university's worth of students migrating to other parts of these islands annually, and regrettably, so many of these students do not return, up to 2/3. This outflow has profound implications, and not just for the individuals who leave, but for our society and our economy as a whole. First, let us consider the societal impacts. Our communities thrive on the energy, innovation and ambition of our young people. They are truly the lifeblood of our towns, our cities, infusing them with new ideas and fresh perspectives. When these young individuals leave, the social fabric of our communities weakens. We lose our future leaders, our community builders, and the very people who could drive social progress, which I think we so desperately need here in Northern Ireland. The economic consequences are equally troubling. In the north, we already grapple with low productivity levels, a challenge exacerbated by the departure of our educated young people. These young people take with them not only their skills, but they also take away their potential contribution to our local economy. This loss of talent means fewer entrepreneurs, fewer skilled workers, and fewer innovators to drive economic growth here. This cycle hampers our ability to compete on both a national and global stage. Moreover, the brain drain compounds the negative effects of our low levels of education attainment among school leavers. We are caught in this vicious cycle where limited local educational opportunities can push our youth away, just like discussed here today, the cap in university places. Their departure further diminishes the educational and professional landscape here at home. And just my own personal experience in the past, well, I suppose 8 weeks, now 2 months, I've said goodbye to 2 of my cousins who are from West Tyrone, 2 wonderful, intelligent, capable young people who desperately did want to stay here, but they just don't see a future. And I'll touch on later points around political stability and its undeniable link. It's interwoven with prosperity here for our young people. But I think it's really important to raise here today, and I'm sure all of us are on the doors, and every time recently I've been getting the doors, what I am finding is parents are actually the people buying their young people tickets to go to Australia, to go to New Zealand, Canada, Boston, and it's just really, I find it really, really sad, because there is so much talent there that we are losing. Today, the SDLP calls upon the Minister for the Economy to work collaboratively with the Minister of Education to develop a comprehensive strategy aimed at reducing the number of students leaving Northern Ireland who would prefer to stay. This strategy should include increasing the number of undergraduate spaces available locally. By expanding our capacity to educate our youth here at home, we can provide them with the opportunities they seek without necessitating their departure. Additionally, we must look beyond our borders and seek collaboration with the Irish Government to facilitate cross-border undergraduate entrance. And by doing so, we can enhance the educational landscape of the North, fostering a more inclusive and dynamic environment that attracts and retains students from both sides of the border. And this is something I raised myself at the Education Committee earlier in the week, is potentially looking at strengthening relationships north and south of the border, particularly for schools with sixth form colleges in our border communities, and identifying where we can work collectively together to allow for students north and south in those border communities to prosper and to take on different subjects, and how they can collaborate together. I'll just move now to members' comments. Some really interesting comments here today. I'll touch on as many members as possible. Sinead initially had talked about her two daughters who are abroad, two very bright young minds who would be huge contributors to our local economy, and definitely I know Derry has a shortage of dentists, so I think Aoife would be a great addition. Mr Delargy, also based in the Foyle constituency, had touched on the impact of losing his friends, teachers to different part of the world, health workers, which we desperately need right here at home, who are seeking better opportunities on brighter shores elsewhere. And again, not to condemn those who do seek those opportunities abroad, but recognising that their potential and their talent is so desperately needed here at home. Mr Honeyford had touched on the important aspect of we need to attract them back, we need to build back better, we need to prove to our young people who have gone elsewhere that the Northern Ireland or the North is a place in which they can call home, it's a place they can raise families, a place where there are opportunities, and that really is hand in hand with political stability. And what we have seen over the past 7 or 8 years, this place has collapsed multiple times, and for young people they're just totally disillusioned with this place and with so many of us as well, and they just don't recognise our politics as one that works. And I think we really need to change that perspective of the outside looking in. And echoing Ms Mulholland's contributions, it's time for us to put a focus and an emphasis on our young people and recognising the link of politics and bringing them back here in the future. It is imperative that the Minister for Economy reports to this Assembly on agreed actions no later than December 2024. For us, we just feel a timeline is really crucial for ensuring that we do not lose more ground in this fight to retain our young talent. So in conclusion, while we celebrate the opportunities that studying abroad can offer and living abroad can offer, we must also address the unintended consequences of such opportunities. The brain drain is not just an academic issue, it is a societal and economic challenge that requires our immediate and intensive action. By expanding local educational opportunities and fostering those cross-border collaboration efforts, we can begin to stem the tide and build a future where our young people can thrive here in Northern Ireland. So let us commit to working together to create an environment that nurtures and retains our brightest minds, ensuring a prosperous future for all. And in my own life experience, this House has probably heard I've lived in America 1,000 times, but I did have a green card, and I did contemplate about potentially staying in the United States. But I absolutely love Ireland, I love where I'm from, and for me it really is about ensuring that those children that do live in America, that do live in Canada or Europe or elsewhere, that they recognise that we can make this place work, we can make, in this House, we can collaborate, we can recognise our similarities, or we have more in common than we don't, and it's time to use that for good and to build a solid future for our young people and for our next generation. Thank you.
And thank you for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Philip Brett, Trevor Clark and David Brooks be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. No. Ayes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. 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 Can members resume their seats? Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Philip Brett, Trevor Clark and David Brooks be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are David Brooks and Brian Kingston. Tellers for the noes are Cara Hunter and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
just try it full time.
Let him just.
Secure the doors. Members, order. Members. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
63 members voted, 21 members voted aye, 42 members voted no. The amendment falls.
Members, the amendment falls. The question is, therefore, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, order. Order, members. Item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.